Good morning, everyone. The time is now 8:33. We'll go ahead and start our city council budget retreat. First on the agenda is hearing the residents. This time is set aside for any residents to just bring anything to the council's attention. I don't think anyone signed up, right? Awesome. We'll move on. All right. Item number 1, review and discussion of the 2024 Employee Engagement Survey. Mr. Williams.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for coming and spending your Friday with us. These are 3 different agenda items, but they kind of all blend together, but we will go in order with the employee satisfaction survey, the capital improvement program, and the operating budget. So I will go ahead and start us off with a little bit of an overview. You can see the schedule up there. I'll give an overview intro, and we also have our consultant here, and we'll talk about the employee engagement survey results that we just got. And we'll also have a presentation on our brand new capital improvement program and walk you through that and show you that, as well as last we'll cover the operating budget that we are proposing for next fiscal year. So just an overview of the budget. Excuse me. And to give a brief update, the budget priorities that were identified last year and actually were a derivative or essentially the budget priorities that have existed for the last few fiscal years are the same. So 5 goals, and at the top of the list, staff compensation. And number 2 is infrastructure, but more specifically, street maintenance and repair. And 3 was to develop and utilize a capital improvement program, a consolidated CIP document. And number 4 is to increase our staffing levels to match or to bring them in line closer to what was identified in our staffing study that was done back in, I believe, 2021, 22. And then lastly is facilities. The construction of new facilities and the remodel of existing facilities. So to comment a little bit about staff compensation, as you're aware, we had the classification and compensation study done this last year. I'll give an update on that here in a second. We've seen a lot of success there, but the tone of our budget moving forward keeps that in mind. And what we want to do is maintain our position in the market. We feel like we've made a huge leap forward in doing the class and comp and implementing it all together. And I believe we've made great strides there, and it's very important that we keep pace with the market. And so when we do get to the next point in time where we're ready to do another classification study and compensation study, that it's not another huge leap that we have to take upwards, where it's more of an incremental step forward and a much smaller step. On the infrastructure side, we've got a lot of exciting stuff going on. You saw the dashboard, excuse me, that was presented by Engineering and Public Works. We've also gotten delivery of our new equipment, and I believe, did we bring the paver? Bringing it Tuesday. Okay. Okay, so Tuesday night we'll get to see our brand new shiny, is it the laydown machine or is it the pothole truck? The pothole patch truck. So we will bring that on Tuesday to the council meeting so you can see that. And we just got it in, and is it already in service, or are we about to put it into service? Okay, so that's exciting. We should be able to accelerate our maintenance and everything that Larry talked about in the last council meeting when he did the presentation. We should be able to accelerate those repairs and see a lot more tangible movement there, especially the quality of the repairs we're able to do. The consolidated CIP, this is a big leap forward for us also, because this is not something that we've had in the past. And what we've done is identified our needs moving out into a 10-year horizon. In fact, we've done a couple of master plans where we have hired consultants to look at, say, all of our water and sewer needs, all of our out into the future, as well as road, et cetera. So we've taken those data and we've compiled those needs, and we'll walk through the particulars of it, but we have each project now has a project sheet that describes the project. It identifies a funding source. It shows the spending schedule and what it will be spent on, as well as an identifying map that'll show you where the project is. So for every capital project that's out there, we'll have a project sheet. Those project sheets get built into the overall big sheet, so it's termed. So it's a large spreadsheet that shows that schedule and shows the funding schedule. And with that, we're able to match that planning effort to be able to see what we can afford to do, or what we are possibly would do through a bond program or a bond election, et cetera, and show that inevitably there's a delta between the identified needs and what we are able to fund at current levels or projected levels out in the future that are based on current levels. So it's something it lays the roadmap out, and it shows the whole playing field for us and how we're able to take all that into consideration. So when you're comparing things, you're able to compare things that are of one nature versus the other, but they all come from the same funding source. For example, the general government CIP. The general government CIP, not only does it include streets, but it also has facilities and other items, red lights, signals, things of that nature. So it's all put together because it's all competing for the same property tax dollars. Same with the water and sewer. The increased staffing levels, I will comment that this budget is tighter than last year's budget for a number of reasons, but, and James will get into a lot of the details of that. So we're not able to add some of the staffing that we'd like to in the general fund, but in other areas like the water and sewer fund, we are able to add several staff and meet those critical needs. And lastly, the new and remodeled facilities, in our CIP effort, that's another thing that this addresses. We can show when, come on in, have a seat. We're able to show when and how much, a projected cost, where we are going to be able to schedule to do some of these remodels, as well as other big projects like the public safety facility out into the future. So since it is the number one priority that was identified, the staff compensation update. So we had the class and comp implementation. We've seen some really good results from that, in that our turnover rate for 23-24 through this point in time in the year is right at about 12.35%. That's down from an average of 16% for the previous fiscal year and years before that. Also, our vacancy rate has been holding steady at 8%, and that's down from 13% on average from the previous fiscal year. So, and it's been holding steady every report. We've seen a steady vacancy rate, which is, I think, from the result of a combination of efforts. It's not just the compensation itself, it's the ability to aggressively recruit, as well as helping, y'all have heard me say, build the brand of Schertz. I think we're developing a reputation as an organization, as a place where people want to be, and we're able to retain people longer and attract better candidates. We can see this through a number of things, and I'm going to turn it over here in a few minutes to Noel in the employee engagement survey. I think the results are really encouraging, and we've seen a lot of positive results. I'm encouraged by it, but overall, the effort has been, in my opinion, very successful in terms of moving us forward as an organization. So, that being said, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Noel Landit. Landit. Okay, Dr. Noel Landit. He's the director of the Institute for Organizational Excellence at the University of Texas in Austin. Thank you, sir. Good to see you.
See you.
I'll just say Noel.
Noel works fine.
All right.
Noel works fine.
We don't have the clickers, so just.
That works for me. Great. Hey, good morning. Again, my name's Noel Landit, and I work and teach up the street a little ways at the University of Texas at Austin. I teach both in the School of Social Work and the LBJ School of Public Affairs. I teach leadership, organizational theory, nonprofit management, so forth and so on. But this really cool job I've had since 1999, so I'm seasoned at it, is I get to ask people at different types of organizations where they work and how they think about and feel about where they work. And I really like working with governmental and nonprofit organizations because you're really what holds society together. You're really so essentially important to people's lives, but a lot of times overlooked. And so I'd like to go through this presentation. Please interject questions if you have them as we move on. But first of all, I'd really like to thank you for your leadership. I would have to think back how many years we've been working with the city of Schertz, but I've stood in this room several times giving presentations, and I'm always encouraged by organizations that have the courage and the leadership to ask employees, those doing the work, what they think about the work environment. That's really important. A lot of organizations don't. We work in about 40, this institute's been going on about 40 different years. Work a lot, particularly with state government. That was kind of the emphasis. The governor back in the 70s wanted to know how the people that work for the state of Texas felt about working for the state of Texas. Found some expertise. We work in about 35 different states, but primarily in Texas. And my job is to take soft measures, how you think and feel about things, and translate it to hard metrics and numbers. And sometimes that's a concept that takes a little bit of getting used to, because a lot of times people are like, well, how you feel about something, what does that mean? And if you think about it in terms of, if you like a restaurant, you like the food at the restaurant, you like the service at the restaurant, you like how close you can park at the restaurant, you're more likely to spend your hard dollars at that restaurant, right? You're going down I-35, you know that Buc-ee's has got a clean bathroom, you're more likely to go to Buc-ee's, and you're more likely because you think and feel positively about that. And it's the same thing when you think about where you work. If you like where you work, you believe in the mission and the vision of where you work, you like the people where you work, you like the work that you do, you're more likely to be more productive and work, stronger at that area. So I get to survey about 250,000 employees, primarily again in governmental organizations, nonprofit organizations a year. We do a lot of customer and client satisfaction surveys as well. It's always important to get how your client, your customer feels about things. Our biggest client is driver's license offices. If you want to know what driver's license office to go to, let me know. I will tell you which ones to avoid, which ones to go to. We do a lot of leadership collaboration surveys. We do a lot of custom surveys, exit surveys of employees. It all kind of plays into the bigger picture. And then we do something new, and I just met with the city of Boulder. We're new to assessing volunteer engagement when it comes to working with organizations, and a lot of governmental city organizations, in particular Boulder, has a huge pool of volunteers for their organization, so we also survey them. The intent is, and I always, I'm sorry I can't help myself, I jump into professor mode, is to put this in context. We do a lot of surveying, right? It's real, you get a survey for everything nowadays, but where does this survey fit in? In our perspective, it fits in this idea of this organizational value chain, where you have the first link of the chain is the city. What's the mission, the vision of the city? If it's clear and articulated well, leadership can take that mission and vision and translate it into a good workplace for employees. The more engaged employees are in the workplace, the better they are to deliver services both to internal customers and external citizens. And you've seen that, right? The better employees are engaged in the workplace, the better they deliver services, the better you feel about the services you get. And then it results in public trust. If people receive good service from the city, they have a higher level of trust in the city's ability to do its job. And trust right now is really a good driver of how good satisfaction is for citizens or customers. But it also is really hurting right now. I mean, I don't know what the level of trust is for the citizens of this city as compared to others, but overall trust of government is real low right now. So we need to have really high-performing government in order to build that level of trust. We can only do that if we measure things, right? If you go to the doctor and you get your blood drawn and you have a high cholesterol or low cholesterol, you need that number, that metric, in order to improve, to lower your cholesterol or become more healthy. Same thing with an organization. So we did the city of Schertz. We conducted this survey several times with you all. This time we did it in the spring of 24, so it's fairly recent. We broke it out in 28 different category codes, which means you have 28 different slices of the organization, so you're able to look at, you know, public safety and utilities and what have you. And we added some additional items to the survey. You had a fairly solid response rate of right around 50%. Would like to get that higher. You know, we'd like to get it closer to above 50%. Above 30% is kind of the industry standard. 50% is solid. 2/3 is really a great place to be. So while you got a good perception of employees, we want to continue to work to try to engage employees. But from the and so we always display this demographic picture as well that looks at who took the survey, so you can kind of ascertain whether or not you think you captured the groups that you needed to capture. This, from my understanding, is a fairly general. I mean, it's fairly representative of the city. You had about 4% intend to leave, which is pretty low. You do have a high percentage of people that have eligible to retire that took the survey, which is something we always are looking at with organizations. The framework of the survey is that it had 48 primary items in it. If you will, it dumps into 12 different buckets. We look at work group. We look at strategic orientation, the mission and vision of the organization. You always look at the quality of supervision. Workplace, the physical work environment, the sense of community is important to measure. Information systems, IT, internal communication, it's always about communication. It's important to always gauge pay and benefits. People are very aware of their pay and their benefits. Employee development is training, job satisfactions, work-life balance, and then overall employee engagement. The organization came in with a very strong overall score. So the overall score is just a sum of an average of all the items. It is based from 100 being low to 500 being high. You may think that 300 is the midpoint, which would seem to make sense. But when you look at perceptual surveys and when you look at people's perceptions of things and we look at factors that contribute to that perception, you really have to be above that tipping point. You really got to be above 350 in order to really get good engagement effects. So that's why our green zone here starts from 350 to 400. The city has consistently measured in that green zone, but you've really pushed it up towards the top of that green zone, which is great. So that is the kind of the first indicator that we see that's very positive, and it's up considerably from last time. We also look at engagement. Engagement is a critical factor that really Gallup, the surveying organization, popularized about 20 years ago. Gallup created something called the Q12, which were 12 items which they found related to all kinds of positive organizational factors. And I was really happy when I saw that because we were measuring 11 of those 12 things since the 70s. And so we added the 12th, and we measure along the same scales of Gallup because it gives us a comparative benchmark to other governmental organizations done by other organizations or done by other agencies and organizations across the country. And our metric fits exactly with theirs, so we feel really good about that benchmark. The most positive thing is if you look at those top two sectors, if you will, the highly engaged and engaged, you want that more than 50% because you want the scales tipped in that direction. You clearly have that, that's good. But there is some work to do with that moderately engaged, how we pull them up into the more engaged area, right? So there's some work to be done there to pull people up, but it certainly is tipped in the right direction. You want the disengaged to be in the single digits. You're right at the single digits. And as you can see from last iteration, that's a big improvement. That's a big improvement. So that's positive, moving in the right direction. Along that line, when we compare last year's scores, or 2 years ago, whenever we did this last, to this year's scores, you went up on everything. That's good. That's good. I will warn you, though, you can't keep going up and up and up every year, right? The curve will go up, but it bounces around. So it's good to go up on things that you can feel really positive about that. You mentioned things about compensation and changes there. It certainly was felt by employees. That 86-point jump is a lot, and so that's very positive. So we have a good positive increase along the scales along that line, which is very good. So the scores have gone up. But we always like to look at what's high and what's low because, again, you go to the doctor, you can't just say, oh, this number's great, this number's great, this number's great, but let's ignore your blood sugar, right? You can't do that. You have to look at them all. So on the strategic orientation, you see some very high items. What I really like about this is item 6. On the first one, I know how my work impacts others in the organization, so that's a good sense of team, a good sense of understanding. That's very positive. How you know for the quality of service provided, that's really high. When you look at supervision, you see that supervisors, say they're evaluating performance fairly on this item, provides a clear understanding. That's important. Give an opportunity to do their best work. That's really important because you want to empower people. I put in 2 other ones too because they were the 4 top ones were pretty close together. People cooperate to get the work done. That's important. Shows high levels of interactive and good teamwork. And there's some strong scores there with training. They know they have a career with the organization. They know they have training available to make their job better. That career for the organization being a 4.16, that's item 36. When you look at, I look at a lot of these surveys, we do a lot of analysis on it. People feeling as though they have a career with an organization is a good predictor of how long they'll retain within the organization, how satisfied they are. So you want people, when they're in an organization, to feel like they have a career and an ongoing ability to stay within the organization. On the low side, communication continues to be a challenge for every organization. This is almost always in the bottom 3 for every organization. What we really want to do is work very diligently to make sure that we audit and do our communications clear and concisely as possible and as transparent as possible. It's hard to do, right? I'll go into the office and have 60 unread emails. I will work all day at those 60 unread emails, and I will leave the office with 70 unread emails, right? Because we're bombarded by communication. So the most we can, the better that we can improve that, the better. Pay keeps pace with the cost of living at a 2.94. I know that's something that the city has been working on. All governmental agencies work on it. It's quite frankly a big challenge in Central Texas. I was just giving this presentation, one of your cohorts, the city of Buda just did this as well, and we did a series of focus groups with their employees, and it kind of surprised me that several of their employees had said, I can't afford to live in the city of Buda, and I work for the city, right? And we always said that in Austin, saying, well, people live in Buda to work in Austin. Well, people in Buda can't even afford to, work in the city and live in the city. So that's something that we always have to be aware of. It's something that city government and the economy has really made a challenge, particularly for public nonprofit organizations. And then IT is something that it's always been instrumental to the day we work, and now it's critical. So improving IT structures is always important as well. We look at, one other thing we look at beyond just the constructs is we look at what is called the climate. And you still have about 1 out of 5 people feel as though this survey is not going to be used. I think that's a continuous communication challenge. I would argue that me standing in front of you right now is a good example of how this survey is being used or understood by leadership. So that needs to be communicated back to employees. We always have the challenge of employees feeling though they need to give more feedback to supervisors. We like to frame that as like a team building assessment where instead of a traditional way that employees just give feedback to supervisors, we always like to frame it as employees providing feedback to improve their team's performance. That was one thing. Again, with communication, we always, upper management and leadership to communicate more and more clearly and get that through. People feel that 7.4 feels not treated fairly in the workplace. That's pretty low. That's not bad. We like the workplace and ethics and harassment things to be below 5 for sure. You're good with that. I've seen organizations with those scores quite high. So you want that 0, but below 5 doesn't raise a red flag for that along that line. We did a successful job at engaging employees. I have appreciated the continuing involvement with the city to continuously engage the employees. I do think there's some work to be done there to get more employees. You got to kind of catch that balance, right? You want employees to freely give their information, and you don't want them to feel as though they're being hounded to give information. The best way to do that is to show them that once this information is gathered, that the city actively does something with it. So they're like, oh, it's okay if I respond to it. It's used. Reviewing and looking at the data, y'all have been doing that for a while. We've had a couple meetings on it already. Share the data with employees, but then you got to plan and take action. You know, you can get an expensive gym membership, you can get an expensive trainer, you can get an expensive workout plan, but if you don't go to the gym, don't expect differences, right? So same thing here. You got data, you got to do some action planning and work around that. Lots of ways to do that. As I just mentioned, the City of Buda, we just did a series of focus groups. That was pretty informative. I go give their presentation next week, I think, on the focus group stuff. Do focus interviews. Surveys are important, but you got to kind of, you know, we've been over-surveyed. Again, you have to do something with the survey if you're going to do it. It's important to do team development and exit surveys if you don't do those already. Action planning workshops. It's always good to get customer data. There's lots of different intervention strategies. You all are very aware of that. We can provide resources along that line as well. So I would be happy to, if I have a minute to address questions, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I do have one comment. I would just like to say that I really value these types of surveys. And I think another thing that's important is measuring results over time and monitoring the change. So just, if you don't mind, point out a couple of things.
Yeah.
In terms of the pay, the opinion of pay, that actually increased to 318 from 232, which was a 40-point increase from the 2022 survey. So it's a very dramatic jump. And like you said, you know, trees don't grow to the sky, so it won't continue to jump that much.
Yeah.
But it almost represents a reversal of the opinion of pay. And then in terms of the 6 square, the information, believing that the information won't be used by upper management, actually is at 19.9%, but that's down from 30.7% on the previous survey. And then communicating upper management could communicate better. Obviously, I'm having a hard time communicating right now. Is at 14.8%, but in the last survey, it was 29.6%. So roughly cut in half. And then opportunities to give feedback is at 16.7% on this survey, and in the previous survey, it was at 25.9%. So in a lot of I see these as critical areas because these are the highest areas of concern for the employees. And seeing a dramatic movement in a positive direction, to me, tells me that we're being successful. Obviously, we need to keep going and do better, but monitoring that change and seeing that progress is important to me.
Yeah, it's very important, right? And that's why you have these intervals of regular measurement to get that. And as this slide kind of demonstrates, things have gone up. That's good, right? You do have the constant challenge of leadership changes and new employees and new dimensions to bring it in, right? And so as far as comparison goes, because I haven't told you this yet, so after this summer, we're on a 2-year cycle of collecting data, then we create benchmark data. We're going to create a special city government benchmark.
Oh,
and
good.
so you've got a city, Alamo Heights in San Antonio, New Braunfels, Uwall, Buda, Killeen, Taylor, and I think I'm missing 2 other cities to throw into kind of a Central Texas kind of benchmark. Because Central Texas, we're different. I mean, every region of Texas is different, but the I-35 corridor, particularly this part of Central Texas, is a particular challenge when it comes to growth, right? This is much different than when we do something up in the northeast Texas, right? It's much different. So we're going to provide a series of benchmark reports as well to kind of give the city a different perspective as well. Anything I can answer or clarify or?
Oh, I do have a point to make. You know, compensation is basically the only way an employee feels valued. But at some point, it's not what the city is doing. It's the economy that forces some of these things that we're not keeping up with it because of the inflation rate.
Yeah.
Is there any way to identify that on the next survey?
So along that line, really two points, if I may. One is when we give the benchmark report, one of the things we look at is intent to leave an organization. And when we pick out, like, let's say the top 10 reasons why you intend to leave an organization, pay is always in the top 10. but it's rarely in the top 5. It's usually 6 or 7, but it's rarely in the top 5. Typically what it comes down to is whether or not people feel like they have a career, whether or not they have a good relationship with their coworkers or their supervisors, and certainly pay does have a point where I can't afford to work here. That hits a point at that point. But a lot of it is about the people feeling as though they belong and they feel like they're valued by the organization, which is not pay. The pay, we did try to do the one study that we did do that looked at pay is that we did it more for the state though. We didn't do it for local employees, but I think it tracks the same way. Public sector pay hasn't kept pace with the cost of living in the state of Texas for 25 years. And that we've just been lagging behind. And not that every effort's not made, but there are certain regions of the state, we also in regional reports when it looks at pay, that it's different. Central Texas is more of a challenge. Pay in the public sector looks better in, the Panhandle, looks better in the Valley, looks better in Longview, Texas, right, than it does in Central Texas. And you can just, driving down I-35 today, everything is growing. So that we know, right? Regionally, it makes a difference, but we also know from a sense of organizations and turnover, pay is an important factor, but it's not as important as those other aspects. What else?
As you said, you've been in other municipal organizations, and you just did some in one around our area.
Yeah.
Compared to other areas, how are we truly doing? Like, do you feel like we're pretty average, or where could we strengthen better, especially with the constructs overall?
So when it comes to, it's difficult to line organizations up and because they're so different, right? However,
City that's our size, maybe.
Yeah, from your size or city government thing, you're right in the mix a little bit higher than the other ones that we've seen in the area, right? So I think that's positive. I also think that might be partially because you've been longtime participants of the survey, so employees are more comfortable with taking it, and so that also has an impact and a factor. I do think, though, there is always work to be done, particularly around how, and this is true of all organizations, but employees are just bombarded with communication, bombarded with responsibility, and they don't feel like they have the bandwidth to do it. As cities and municipalities grow, if you have people commuting in, that is another added problem, to that. They've got an hour in and an hour out. Maybe most of your staff or employees are local, but that's a big factor as well. You also have to compete. Again, I can't speak specifically for public safety and whatever, but competing organizations along that line. We had that, that problem. Austin APD was really highly paid, which caused everybody else to increase pay, so you're constantly chasing after that. I think the more open and transparent and the more you can integrate this type of information to let employees know that they're valued and that they're listened to and that you might not be able to do everything about things in this survey, but at least know that their consideration and you're working hard to do that, I think is very important. There's always work to be done to try to help employees feel like they belong more to the organization, really cue them into the mission and vision so they know that their contributions really do improve the quality of life in the city, and to make them feel as valued as possible. That's really important.
And you mentioned that communication is usually an issue. Well, that's across the board in every industry. But as we start communicating even in these ways, and it also seems like survey fatigue, like overkill, in what other way do you feel like that we should be trying to communicate aside from these surveys, or what form of communication is more acceptable to employees usually are you seeing?
So I went to a series of training that Texas Health and Human Services were doing on streamlining emails, really helping people understand what to put in an email and what not to put in an email. and how to streamline information so that it was more digestible by employees. And I thought it was a really good training because I was like, oh, that's a really good idea. You know, put the who, what, where, when, how just in the front and leave all the extraneous stuff out to read for later if you need to. I think they ought to get rid of the reply to all button. And it ought to be, before you hit reply to all, it should say, do you really want to reply to all? You know, just to try to keep people's bandwidth down along that line. You had one other point too that I thought was really good. Whatever it was a great point, and I had something to say about it. So
I'm like, play back the tape. I don't know. I'm so sorry. But thank you very much, because getting the bottom line up front, that's the biggest thing, especially for areas of communication.
I remember what it was.
Okay, you thought about it?
I got
Okay,
it.
go ahead.
The leadership has to get used to the new modality of communicating, which is putting out a 10-second soundbite, which is a video presentation of them providing face-to-face communication. When you look at the level and quality of communication, I know sometimes we think we need a high production value on a video message or whatever, but we really don't. People will digest communication better if it's provided orally and visually than they do in a written format. Because if they're able to see the sender's face with the intent of the message and the concern of the message or the happiness with the message or the whatever with the message, we are much more than verbal words on a piece of paper. Not that everything has to be a verbal message, a video message, but sometimes that is a very effective way to get communication out. And we got to get, and people will read into that right away. You know, they'll see something, they'll see the intent of the speaker, they'll understand it, they'll digest it better. So look for a report from us on a comparison city report, probably early this fall, later this summer. And we're doing some other reports, but I don't think you don't have that many people remote working, do you? Or teleworking? Okay, we're doing a special report on that. And we're doing one on psychological safety and well-being too. So that's kind of a hot topic. And you'll get that later this year too.
Any other questions?
All right. Hey, well, thank you all.
Thank you.
It's always good to see you.
Up here for a reason. Huh? Okay. You want to ask a question?
What's the third priority on our top 5 priorities?
Oh, okay. So James said this is the point in time where we need to have a pop quiz. Can anybody raise their hand and tell me what the third priority is in our list of priorities for budget? Anyone? The third priority on the list. Does anyone know? CIP, ding, 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 ding. You win $1 million trillion. There you go. All right. So the Capital Improvement Program, the CIP as we effectively call it, this is our long-term capital planning document that we put together. Like I told you in the intro, it is something that's new for the city, and I think it's going to really be our guide and the way something that we use every day, every week, every month, and every year critically moving forward. This is something that is a living document. It spans a 10-year period of time, but it focuses on the first 5 years and then identifies things that are further out in the future for the next 5 years. And like I mentioned, it's critical for planning what we need to do and accomplish in terms of capital improvements, but it's also very critical in terms of identifying how we pay for those things and how we sustain them as a community. So James is going to walk through the new CIP document and talk about all the components of it. If you have questions along the way, because this is something that's new, let me know or let us know. In front of you is a printout that has what James is going to show on the screen. What we're not going to walk through are the individual project sheets, but if you have a question, we can drill down to a particular project. The other thing I didn't mention on the project sheets and is important about your CIP is when you know it's coming up, there is a link back to your operating budget forecast. So, for example, opening up a fire station. If you're opening up a fire station, it costs about $1.2 million a year in operating cost. So identifying that and incorporating it into your 5-year projection for the general fund is really important. So that's another critical component. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to James, and he's going to walk through the CIP.
I'm James Walters. I'm the finance director for the city of Schertz. In case any of y'all don't know me, don't recognize me. As this opens up, I'm going to walk through different components you see in the summary sheet. We will be submitting to council the full document with all the project sheets along with the budget document. And so you'll have this, and this will be an adopted part of the budget process going forward. Because it's up front, we'll look over the water and sewers, the page 1. What we have done here is we have listed the project name or description on the left-hand side, followed by a project number. That's an internal number to help us track expenses related to that project. And then we have a funding source. We'll have a description of the funding source at the bottom of each section. So in the water sewer, there'll be a list of funding sources that identify with that 3 and 15. So that means there's 2 different funding sources. The one below it has 3 numbers, has 3 different funding sources. The next column over is the prior expenditure. And that's something I'll say right off the front. Everything on this particular table, when it lists the projects, those are all the anticipated expenditures and what year those expenditures are anticipated in for the project. So this is saying for that very first project, this Corbett ground storage tank, we have already spent, prior to 23-24, we've already spent just over $1 million on that project. This year, the current fiscal year, 23-24, we plan to spend about 4.7 this year. And then next year, 24-25, the one we're coming up, plan to spend about 3.2, and then maybe some final expenditures roll into the 25-26 tax year. So that is how the expenditures laid out, and then you see the total funding or estimated project cost in the far right lane of the 9.1 million. Now, not everything kind of makes it onto the project sheet. Some of the smaller ones that are a little more maintenance in nature, while they may be big, $150,000 or something like that, those will be rolled into the operating budget and not necessarily on the capital improvement project list. The big takeaway on this one is how much impact fees we think we're going to be able to put to these projects, how much bond money really was going to go towards these projects, and if there's any other funding sources to help kind of buy that down so we don't have to bond out so much. Ideally, we would pay cash for everything, but to do that, the houses and properties that we will be developing these roads or these water lines, sewer lines, they're not there yet to help pay for those kind of projects. So that's really where bonds come in and where the impact fees come in. They're there to get us a big lump of funding now so we can build these items and then people move in and then start paying for the services they use from that way. So on this list, I have the total for these water projects. On the projects listed on the active projects, we spent about 12.5 million previously, before this year. Plan to spend about 6.7. And then next year, next couple of years, we have a big list of projects coming up, about 40 million next year, and then about 43 million the following year. Another thing to really know, because that seems like a lot of projects coming up in the next 2 years, and it's quite a bit getting off the ground. When council looks at this project or this sheet and is attached to the budget, only the 24-25 column is really what we're saying you're actually adopting. We are not committing council by saying a yes vote that this next 10-year list is exactly what's going to happen and those are the projects and that's the year it's starting. We're really concerned about this 24-25 year. Those are the projects that when we start the budget and we get the yes on the project list, those are the ones we're going to go out, we're going to secure the funding for, we're going to start getting contracts for design, some of them for construction, and we'll get going. So these are the ones that, yeah, those got to go. Staff says these are the ones we got to get started Now, as priorities shift, we get new information, development happens in certain areas faster than it does others. Everything in the out years can move around. So this is a living document. We're gonna bring this back every year. There'll be updates to it every year. We'll get an official document once a year, but as Steve said, we'll be looking at this internally frequently, daily, monthly, and as stuff comes in and priorities change, we'll be able to make adjustments to this sheet, especially in the out years. What's really important with this sheet over the 10-year window is this is what we'll be basing a lot of our decisions on, how much money to bond. This sheet in particular, we would go re-engage our rate study expert. We had a 5-year rate study last year. We'll take this new information with the new master plan items, the new priority list, and we'll work with that gentleman, Wildan, and get a new 5-year rate plan in that kind of matches up and helps us fund these types of items. For the general fund side, yes, sir.
Yeah, looking at the sheets here, we've also got the Main Street project coming up. Is there any particular reason why Main Street's not listed?
It is listed. It is listed right here on the streets, the third one down. So we have the water section.
No, I was looking at water and sewer.
The first one's water. Well, that one's roll all together. So whatever the primary funding is, we're not going to break it down to multiple projects. It'll be done in
So
one
it's
project.
listed under streets?
Yeah, this will be listed under streets.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had that conversation as well. As well, it's going to be a major water sewer component. There's a major street component. On this sheet, do we break them up separately? Then if you just find one of them, you're like, oh, it's only a $3 million project, or oh, it's only a $4 million project. Well, no, the whole thing is $10, $20 million. While there's going to be confusion either way, we thought this was probably the best. So once you find it, you know how much the whole thing's going to cost.
Thank you.
Do a quick look at the sewer projects. We got a lot of these coming up in the out years. Woolman Holler Creek wrapping up, and then the sister project to that, Cibolo West trunk line. Hopefully it'll start kicking off. It'll be next year. Get those headers fixed. But not as many water or sewer projects coming up in the short term in the 5-year window as the water. But at the bottom of each section of each fund, we have this funding summary that shows, hey, how we're going to pay for all these projects. So a lot of the ARP money is going towards the water and sewer line right now. About just over $8 million out of the 10 we received. And to give you a reminder on that one, that was a big amount of money granted by the federal government down all the way through to local governments. And we could spend it on revenue loss type programs from COVID, or we can do new infrastructure type funding. And the majority of what the city of Schertz decided to do is put it towards infrastructure funding. So we got awarded just over $10 million. And if you see here, we're putting about $8 million into that. We've already kind of spent on the rest of it on grants and other revenue loss and hazard pays and stuff like that many years ago. Now these have to be spent by December 2026. So this will be, the projects selected are there to make sure we get all those done in the next couple years. These will be the impact fee estimates for these projects. Any money we're taking in from the reserves, the water and sewer fund, and then we have the bonds estimated here, as well as any general fund contributions if it's for multi-funding type strategy. We have some for roads, some for water and sewer, as we mentioned, all come together.
So James, you may have mentioned this when I stepped out, but where the bond is, that's where we take that information and run it through our rate consultant to see if there's any our financial advisor. There's a delta between the two. Just turned it on. I guess I just turned it off. So if you didn't hear what I said, the bond line is where we make up the difference in terms of all those other sources and the total amount. And we would run those numbers by our financial advisor and our water rate consultant to see if there's a delta, what we can afford at our current rates versus what kind of future projected rates it might take to fund everything. $293 million is a big number. So that's where we would engage our rate consultant and engage the FA to see if we can get to that number, or how close we can get to it.
Maybe the other thing to add, kind of along the lines of that is, as many of you know, we're wrapping up our water and sewer master plan, which is why some of these came up. And in conjunction with that, we did the update of the water and sewer impact fee study as well. So we're about to start running that through the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, bounce them off EDC like we did last time, and then up to City Council. And so that's a factor as well, how much we bring in impact fees because of what we charge plays a role into that. And again, just as a segue, you've probably seen in the news where they've gone up quite a bit for other cities, NBU, close to $30,000, I think, for a single-family home water and sewer impact fees. So it's not that drastic, but it's gone up substantially, and then we'll kick off doing roadway again, likely the same kind of cost increases.
Question.
Yes.
When we're looking at funding for this, what about the Texas Water Foundation? Is there a way we can get money from that for some of our infrastructure?
So the Texas Water Development Board, has a couple of different funding sources, the SWIFT fund and a revolving loan fund. At the end of the day, those are other debt mechanisms, right? So they may be, incrementally cheaper, a little bit cheaper, but the cost is going to be essentially the same or close to the same. So yes, the answer is yes. If there are projects out in the future that look like they're a good candidate for TWDB funding, then we would approach that, we would look at it and analyze it versus what we can issue. If we can do better, we would issue it ourselves. If we can go through them and do better, we would go through them. Candidates for those types of they seem to work if you're really small or really big. And so when we have a big project that comes along, like contribution to a sewer treatment plant or something that's going to be a large amount, that's kind of when you want to go for it. And it can be effective. But it's something that this is really just a roadmap to say, all right, we know we're close. It may be 1 or 2 or 3% difference in the, not 3%, but maybe 1% difference in the debt service. But overall, the number's close, and that's what we're trying to achieve.
Taking a look at the drainage projects, these are identified for the 10 years on the drainage side. We're going to start on the Windy Swan drainage improvements this next year. It's going to be part of that bond funding that we kind of come up with. Or we noticed a little bit later, the drainage fund has not grown as fast as it needs to help actually do some of these projects. It has been, I think, over 10 years now since we last set our drainage fee as currently as now. When we did it all those years ago, we were one of the highest in the area. Now looking around, we're one of the lowest in the area for the drainage fee. So this is sort of the same kind of deal with the water and sewer. We have a rate study. We'll take this list of projects, have them run through that assessment and advise us of a new drainage fee to help us cover these upcoming projects as well. A big old streets list. Getting started here, I noticed that the two we've been talking about most often was the Main Street getting underway, as well as the Lower Seguin 1518 to the Schertz city limit next to the military base. Showing funding for that. Overall streets anticipated expense over the 10-year window is about $235 million for projects in that time frame. The big chunk of that coming from the last 5 years. In the parks, we have parks listed as well, coming out about the same amount that we anticipated. They got approval from the Economic Development Board to provide funding for a lot of the parks projects coming up. So next year, We anticipate kicking off, or continuing with the Hilltop Homestead Park development, as well as doing the soccer field lighting. And finally, on the facilities type, we're going to continue on, as you see, Fire Station 4, planning to wrap that one up next year. We have all the funding for that one already. We'll start on some police remodels, moving some of the folks over into the county building. We're working on some library retention walls, paving some grassy areas. About 11 million. Overall, this is the more general fund type projects. We're looking at about $30 million next year of expenditures, 42 in the next coming year, then evening out for a couple of years while we catch back up on our debt service allocations. So funding for the general fund comes down here. We get a little bit from water and sewer. We split some items like on the other side, water and sewer. We put some money towards water and sewer. They turn around and put some money back in, depending on what kind of bond it is. Here's our bond schedule. This is the $20 million that we're looking to sell in the next month. We brought that to council back in June, early July. And this would be the bond issuance schedule for the next few years after that. So we would come back 25, 26, look about 23 million. Come back in 26, 27, do about 8.5. We do 13 and 24, 25. And we believe with the proposed INS rate that we'll see in a little bit for the next 5 years, we can meet all those debt requirements without raising the INS rate higher than that. However, I will mention for the 28 through 33 timeframe, we only have about $60 to $70 million available there, so we're looking at a $70 million shortfall in the following 5 years. We'll see how they come through. We'll see if other funding sources are available. If our tax base grows fast enough, we'll be able to eat through that a little bit better by issuing a little bit more with not affecting the tax rate. But right now, we have about 5 years to develop a better plan to see how we tackle those additional projects. So that does include any of the grant funding that we hope to get for the AMPO funding. Does include some general fund allocations, and does include some street impact fees when we start using those projects and those funds continue to build. And I'll just show you real quick. In the final document when we submit it, this is all a draft. When we submit it to council for approval, we'll have this nice cover sheet, table of contents. We'll have the summary sheets listed that we're looking at right now. And then in the back, we'll have each of the individual project sheets. So if you're curious about a project you see on the summary, you can go back, flip to that, take a look at more detail for the project. It'll have, what the code is, if we have a project code, its name, which department's managing the project, a description of the project itself, when the start and completion dates are anticipated, and then where the funding sources, what years they come in, what kind of project or what kind of source they're coming from, as well as breaks down the expenditures a little bit more if there's purchase for land, if there's professional services, construction, as well as this is where you detail out if there's an operating impact. You'll be able to see that there as well. On the second page after that, there's also a map showing you where the project is located in the city and the areas that will be impacted by it. I won't go through all of them. If you saw the full list of projects, there's quite a few projects on there. So this is going to be a decent-sized document when it's done and turned in. But we hope to have this cleaned up and submitted to council for approval with this budget process. So just a little bit more work to get some missing pages. Clean up a little typos here and there, and then we'll be good to go. Any questions over the document itself?
Yes, Mr. Walters, do your cost, do they factor in the cost of, the future cost of, what am I trying to say?
Yeah,
Inflation?
inflationary factors.
Yeah, inflation,
Yeah, they should, but we don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we move out in the years, there's a little bit of an adjustment upward to account for it. It's an estimate.
Yeah.
But yes, we're trying to. Yeah.
I would like to say just a couple of comments. This was a big effort and staff did a great job pulling all this together. And it's something we've been working on for about a year now, and it's finally come together to where we are today. We, like we've been saying a couple of times already, this is a living, breathing document, and it'll be tweaked as we go along and year by year, month by month, et cetera. So if you've got comments or if you see things that out in the future, your input is important as well, and that's what we're looking for, so. Go ahead, Jane.
Are we able to, like, speed up the public safety complex, maybe to 2025, 2026? Instead of projecting it so far out?
There's a couple reasons putting it out there. We can, as I mentioned before, as the schedule currently stands, staff did rank as far as priority. So if you look at from the top part down, that's sort of a priority list as well. That's why you see some not necessarily line up that you may have seen, like, oh, this one's higher, but doesn't start till later. It's kind of an indicator that this one's a higher priority, this one will start sooner, but push comes to shove, the ones at the top of the list we believe have to be able to go. The other part is funding levels at our current level of funding. Without raising the tax rate substantially, this is about what we can afford in the next 5 years. That's something for council and is good feedback that we get. So if council believes that we need to move faster on certain areas, then we could accelerate that issuance and possibly raise the tax rate. For that particular project, it would be going out to the voters as well. So we plan to go out probably next year. We go out next November and put that on the ballot to get approval for funding for that. And then we could issue the funds anytime after that.
So just to kind of tag on top of what James is saying, typically a project like that would go out for a bond election, and we would put it to the voters. And I'm glad you asked that question, because it's an important question. These are staggered out like that because we're trying to work within the confines of the existing debt rate without really impacting it too much or having to raise it. So that's why you see a schedule. There's a couple of reasons why we have a schedule that spans over time. One is because of that. What can we afford and how quickly can we do things? And then what's the decision point to move that up, a significant item like that up, and raise the tax rate? The other is the amount of workload that staff can handle. If everything's loaded into 1 year, say for example in water and sewer, the question would be, can a particular department, engineering department, handle that workload? Or is it more realistic to schedule it out over time based on what you think you can do? So it addresses a lot of things at the same time. So all of it kind of is taken into consideration at the same time.
Yeah, and we used your question to answer that kind of deal as well.
Yeah.
But also, if we go out in November of 2025 at the next kind of scheduled bond election, we would get the funds. So that would be November 25. This would be this fiscal year. We would go out and get approval from the voters, and then we would start issuing the process and then start design and contract. So that would be about starting as fast as we could, unless we did an earlier election, which we can do May elections, but they have a much less turnout on voters. And so we really try to keep it with the November where everyone kind of comes out and does that.
Quick question. Just looking at this, I'm a little bit concerned about the lack of future planning with any types of parks or improvement in that area. I know that there's some that have recently came up, but I don't see any kind of future plans for creating more ballparks or anything to kind of match our population growth. And then, just speaking to Johnny the other day, he had a good comment, is that, when that phase 2 starts on the project around here, they're going to lose some practice fields to the point where the city is going to be very, very limited in space for any kind of, whether it's football, soccer, baseball, whatever it is, we're going to be very limited in fields and areas to use. And I don't see anywhere on here where there's any future acknowledgement of needing to add more fields or upgrades or improvements or anything.
Duly noted. Maybe Lauren wants to answer that, but
I'll have a comment after that too, so yeah.
So yes, practice space is something that we know we have a need for. We do have some plans to be able to try to build that in through the general fund, which again would not be here. But as far as like a larger complex, we are waiting until the master plan process is complete. So we will bring that Parks Master Plan to council in October for approval. And in that process, everything will be updated, all of our inventory, what our needs are, demand-based, as well as what the survey results are, and we'll be able to use that data, then plan in. Again, the only thing so far is 24, 25, right? We will adjust the future years of this based on what we get from the master plan.
And that's another, what I wanted to mention as well. So this is what the CIP document really is a conglomeration of all of the different master plans we have in the city. So this will be like a conjunction point for the Parks Master Plan, for the Water Master Plan, for the Streets Master Plan. It all comes together in one spot with this document. And that's the purpose of the CIP document and what we have for y'all is instead of looking for 4 different places or 5 different places, we'll have one spot that everyone can go to and look and combine all those. Sometimes that'll mean that we wait until the master plan's updated, it passes through their appropriate board and council, and then it will get added to the sheets. Unless there's a specific item that staff knows is coming, especially if it's a need-based item like a street or water project. It may not have been on the master plan, but we know we got to have it, and that'll be put it on there too. So very excited about this one.
And as we, has been mentioned, we'll submit this coming year, and as we get, go through the process and work out a system of how we update it, we'll get better at kind of anticipating and forecasting that too. So what will be brought next year probably, again, will look different than what we have here, but yeah, be good.
So for the CIP program, on the general fund side, we have 7 streets projects will kick off, 2 parks and 11 facilities for a total CIP. Or not even kicking off. Some of these are existing ongoing projects, but we expect our capital expenditures for the general fund side to be about $30.2 million or $30.3 million next year. And these are the number of projects being active in each of those areas. On the water sewer side, water and sewer side, we have 14 water and 4 sewer ongoing and new starting next year for a total of about $45 million over there. On the drainage, we'll have that one project going for about $1 million. And then part of this conversation that started, is there any other kind of priorities that we need to be aware of so we make sure that we include those in the appropriate master planning, or if they fall outside of that, we can take suggestions and always update the document. This is a document that's reviewed and approved by council. Again, that's why I was showing you just the 24-25. That's the year that's most critical. The rest of the years are for us to kind of plan for and identify any issues with funding or secure funding for. And all those years will be a lot more flexible. So the further out you go, the more flexible it'll be for changes, adjustments, additions, delays, amounts, and all that kind of stuff.
And it's duly noted about the parks. We will keep that on the radar and report back accordingly. So.
All right, any other questions on the CIP or priorities or comments? All right, moving right along.
I'm sorry, Steve, one
Yes,
last
sir.
question. That's me.
Yes, sir.
It's hard to tell for me, but on a lot of these, are these kind of the projects, are they more reactionary to current situations, or are they anticipating our future growth at all?
They are more the latter. It's more, growth and replacement, but they are in anticipation. So if you look, the further out you move on the time continuum, a lot of those are, say, replacements or rehabbing of roads, things of that nature, or future facilities. So it's kind of both at the same time. There may be something that gets in there that we say, oh gosh, this sewer line broke or whatever, so we throw it on there right now. There may be something that pops up right away as a priority, but generally speaking, that's not the way it happens. Generally, it is a planning process where we're looking out in the future. we've got aging infrastructure we've got to replace, we've got roads that need to be expanded because of the growth, or we've got brand new roads that don't exist, like say the extension of Roy Richard. So it's kind of a combination of all three. Sorry? Right, yeah, and like James mentioned, and this kind of pulls all the master plans together, right? So we have a parks master plan, we have a water and sewer, a water master plan, a sewer master plan, road master plan, pulls all these together and puts it in one place so we can evaluate it all together. And I'll even add to this. You know, we've talked a lot about strategic planning. We're going to bring back the strategic plan to y'all. The strategic plan, all of this, the CIP as well as the operating budget, should all flow up into the strategic plan and help us move closer to achieving our objectives, which push us closer to our goals and our mission and vision. So everything should flow together. And this is a good, huge first step.
Quick question. The presentation that we will be giving our residents, if you go, excuse me, if you go back a couple of slides, those 3 slides I think are very important that we provide to our residents during our council meeting. We're looking at what's up in the future. They're concerned what's going on today. And by providing this, I think it gives them a better understanding what council is doing with their tax dollars at this point, and identifying the 7 streets. I mean, the slides have to be just plain and simple. This would be confusing to them. So if we can provide 3 slides, name the streets, name the parks, name the facilities, bang. I think it would, communication is going to be very important with our residents at this point. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, we will focus on next year and drill down and make it as simple and digestible as possible. But then also at the same time, we'll provide all that other information. You saw kind of a flash up there of what the book will look like. That'll be online. It'll be something that's easily accessible right there with our operating budget. People can go in and kind of, if they want to dig deeper, they can dig deeper. So, but yes, we will focus on next year and the high level.
And also, Steve, too, I know Linda and her team are working to develop kind of a communication plan for specifically the CIP to make it digestible for the residents and kind of, you know, a little bit easier to understand. So more to come on that.
All right. Any questions, comments before we move on? Okay, so we're going to move on to the operating budget. I'll do a quick intro and turn it over to James. Some of the highlights, these are things that affect all the funds, and there are just 3 of them here that are listed, but they're the major items. One of them is worth comment. It's the health insurance that we provide to our employees. So Jessica and her team essentially took proposals and evaluated those proposals, and we are planning to make a change from our current provider to another. This is going to come to council. Of course, it's subject to your approval, but it is included in the budget. The savings associated with it are included in the budget, and we would be flipping all lines of business, all lines of coverage over to this other company. It represents an 11% decrease from where we are today. I will say that it's, in terms of the medical savings, it's a $681,000 savings, and then all the other lines of coverage is $67,000. That is from where we are today. Our current provider was actually going up 10%. So this 11% savings plus the 10% increase is 10 or 9%, Jessica? 10%, that's a 21% delta. And the spread between that for all funds represented $1.265 million a year. And there are more particulars to the actual whether it'll increase in the future, et cetera, not to get too far in the weeds. But this essentially, at least for a couple of years, buys us a very significant savings, and it's a large company that is an A&M Best A-rated 15 insurance company. So it's a very large insurance company, and very comfortable moving to it. The coverage levels do not change. So the coverages that are there today are the same coverages that will be in place next year. We're not increasing deductibles. We're not increasing, none of the plan design is being changed at all. But in terms of plan design, as we move into the future, in the next few years, next several years, we are going to evaluate plan design and see if there are things that we can tweak here and there to control costs for the city and control costs for the employees. Wage adjustments, so we have included some wage adjustments, and that being still the #1 priority and keep us in pace. You heard Noel talk and you've heard me talk and several times about this. We are including an ECI adjustment. It just came out, and what I've included in the budget is a 4.4% increase that's effective on October 2024. The actual number that came out for our state and local government workers was 5.1%. And this is the annualized wages and benefits for state and local. We don't have the funding to be able to do a full 5.1%, so we're proposing the 4.1% to try and keep pace as close as we can. Also, we've included funding to maintain the merit and STEP program, and that was put into place this fiscal year. We aggressively changed the structure of the STEP program, moving from a lot of steps, and several of them overlapped, and we had overlaps between ranks, et cetera. A lot of those things were eliminated, so we redesigned it. I believe it's functioning very, very well, so we're going to continue to fund that. And then lastly, a priority of the council's was incentive pays. So we did do, and I guess Jessica's going to come up here in a minute and walk through. She's got several slides to go over about the incentive pay program, but that's something that affects all the funds as well. And I'm going to turn it over to Jessica. I guess we got something to hand out. So Jessica's going to come up and go through the slides on the incentive pay program, but we know it was a priority of the council's, and so she's going to report on it.
All right, thank you. So not to harp on it, Steve's talked about it. I think we've made some great strides with staff compensation, obviously with the class and comp study. Also with the implementation of the job progression program, which was approved by council as part of last year's budget. But I think there's been one outstanding kind of piece of the puzzle, and that really is the incentive pay, which includes certification pay, education pay, other types of special pays. And so Sarah and Steve tasked me with doing a deep dive into this. And so in consultation with all of the departments, what I have here for you today is a proposal for incentive pay. And I think the handout's coming around if you already have it. We're going to cover what's in there. But I'm going to jump straight to the last page and show you what the cost is for the proposal that we're recommending today and as part of the budget. And that is option 1 here highlighted. So, and these are weighted costs. So what we're proposing is an annual cost of $147,000. Like I said, we're going to go over what all that covers, but I wanted to kind of get the sticker shock out of the way, and then we can jump into, so what you have, and it starts with education pay. We currently have education pay. This was approved a couple years ago, brought to council and approved. And so I think that was a great step. And so what we did, we wanted to look at our current rates in comparison to some of our regional benchmarks. You'll see that here, that information on the screen. And so we are recommending an increase in what we're paying for education pay. We're currently paying $25, $30, and $45 respectively, and we are proposing to increase that. Associate's degree will stay at $25. That's in line with what we're seeing in the market, but increasing both the bachelor's and the master's degree to these rates here. Again, what we're recommending is option 1. I did provide option 2 just for some perspective and to see what some of our other benchmarks are doing. I mean, I think we could go either way. And you've heard we're running a little tight. Oh, yes, sir, Mayor?
Yeah, before you continue, are these monthly rates or paid day rates?
They're bi-weekly.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes, sir, per pay period, this is what the amount they're receiving. And same with the benchmark rates that you see there. Those are bi-weekly rates. So again, I did include option 2, just like I said, to provide some perspective. If we wanted to be even more competitive with the rates, what that would look like and what it would cost us. And so to go back a slide, so you can see just the difference here for education pay. 134 is what we're proposing. Going with that higher option, it would increase it to almost 163. Oh, here are the costs. So again, the costs are outlined here, and then we've also broken it down by non-public safety and public safety, just to provide, again, some perspective and some information when it comes to the specific departments. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about education pay, what we currently have in place, or what I'm recommending, if there are any.
Okay. Is this like just this is what other cities do, so like we just copy and do the same thing, correct? So these individual pay scales, my point is, I don't like any of this. I don't like this separation and this nitpick of all this individual areas. It may seem like it would help people want to improve or go for the next degree, because then they know that they'll get another, couple dollars here and there. But if we literally just look at how we promote and push out a rec and give people what they're worth, then we don't have to worry about nitpicking through this and, oh, you have this, and oh, you have that, and oh, you're this. Just give them what they're worth. Or how about we lay it out there to what is in the market for that job, and then we don't have to worry about nitpicking these little areas, and then you have to sit here and figure out, well, do they qualify for this area, and do they have this certificate? Oh, this is ridiculous. We can literally just pay people what they're worth and not have to worry about all these categories of mess. This is silly, and I understand that. For me, I've never worked in a municipality like this. I'm a corporate, but I also have worked in the federal government and also been active duty Army. Yes, I understand, like, we get hazard duty pay, stuff like that, but that's not at every place either. So this doesn't have to be at every single place. If we just pay people what they're worth, at the end of the day, we don't have to go through all these, if somebody's in planning, they ought to have a certification of some sort. If we put that out there in the rec, they should have a certification. If we're hiring somebody for piping, they should have this certification. Unless it's an entry level, then of course we do not, market it that way. But let's just pay them what they are worth. Then we don't have to worry about this. Is this a requirement? Or is this something that we continue to adopt and we just decided we just should keep going with this?
But what we are doing here is we're playing with, or not playing, but we are in the mix with our competitors, which are other municipalities and other government agencies, and they do the same thing.
But we
They
don't
pay
always
for
have
all
to
of
do
these.
the same.
Unfortunately, the employees say, well, I should get an extra pay because I have the certification.
But if
you
you
roll
put
it
it on
into,
the rec-
if you roll it into the pay, they're still gonna look for it because you can go to San Marcos, you can go to New Braunfels, you can go to Seguin and get this $25 a month for certain certifications. So even if you raise their pay by $100 a month, they're still gonna ask for it.
Okay,
Because
but
it's a comparison
fair, it's
that
just
all
a
of the-
mental, it has to be seen, it's a
Exactly.
seen product.
Exactly.
Okay, I understand.
I
still don't like it, I just wanted to voice my thought process on it, because if we put the rec out that says you need this certification, you need this to get the job, whether if we're gonna pay for it or not.
Just to clarify one thing about that, if it's required in the job, it's not, you don't get it. So if you're coming in as, say, a street worker and it doesn't require a certain certification, but you have that certification for the next level up, that's when you would get it.
Right.
You wouldn't get it
Okay.
if it's built into your,
So-
your base job description.
Right, so for example, like an administrative assistant, a bachelor's degree is not required for that. But if
Got
they
it.
do get one, then they will get that certification. Currently, we have that.
Okay, fair. But also, if they do get that in some construct, somebody's looking to potentially be promoted and grow and go, to be honest with you. So, I mean, whether if we're gonna pay them or not,
Yeah, then, so they get promoted into a job that requires
Right.
a
Then they don't
degree.
get it, right.
Correct.
Correct.
I understand the concept. Again, I'm just
It's
all.
very confusing, but this
It
is,
is.
this is what we are competing against across the board.
Fair.
Okay?
Thank you, everyone, for your clarity.
And I will be clear in terms of our priority as an organization. The and what I've espoused to everyone from the day I've been here is that the more important piece is the base pay and the base step program and the base grade system that we have. And then this is something that we would use to complement that. But yes, the priority is the base pay, and then this is something that we're working on enhancing. Another thing that's worth mentioning is that we already have this in place. So this is bringing us up to where we would be more competitive in the market in terms of what other people are doing, as well as adding some folks that maybe have not been included in the past. So just kind of making it more across the board for the entire organization. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Fair. And I'm not saying that I disagree with all of these categories. I agree with some categories, especially when I'm looking at like our police department and things like that, because those are just different levels. To include EMS too, like those are just different levels of your expertise. And no, please, I'm not trying to pass judgment on any other staff to make it feel like that it is not important for them to have these other certifications or education. Call it a bias if you want. It is different. It's different. When you're saving lives, it's just different. So I'll leave it there. I digress.
So, up under number 2, the bilingual pay caveat, the employee must be in a position where they routinely engage with public and this language requirement has been identified. Does that automatically include fire and police?
Jessica, Mike, talking to Mike.
Public safety is included, that was the question. Yes, and so what we've done is just had some preliminary discussions with departments to identify those areas where we believe that bilingual would be the most value added. So front-facing, employees, certainly public safety would be included in that.
Yep.
But like I said, we've been having discussions with departments to identify what positions specifically would be eligible for this type of pay as their interactions might demand it more.
Yep. From a personal experience, I do see it as an incentive. I can try to tell you 25 years ago, I joined the San Antonio Fire Department. I realized I could get $50 a month for the ability to speak Spanish. So I went to half-price books, got a high school level book, read it and did the homework from beginning to end. I went down to la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, took the test twice before I passed it, but I have used it and received $50 a month ever since for 25 years. It is important benefit. It is an incentive. And this is coming from a person who didn't speak Spanish before. So I appreciate it. It's valued.
Yes, sir. I will say, so as you can see, this should be a new addition to our incentive pay program. We don't currently offer bilingual pay. We do see it in several of our regional benchmarks. And so we do certainly see value added, and that's why we've included it in our proposal today. As I mentioned, we'll identify those departments and positions which would be eligible for this. Proficiency testing, of course, would be required. And so the costs associated with implementing bilingual pay are about roughly $16,000. That's what we're estimating at this time to include this as part of the incentive pay. Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain the K-9?
Can I explain?
The K-9, the 250?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
The K-9.
The K-9?
The K-9 in certification.
It's under certification.
The police K-9, when we get to that one, yeah.
Okay, sure. Let me just skip over there. Okay, so the K-9 pay is provided to the handler. We actually just revised the way we were paying whenever we changed handlers. We used to pay an overtime, a certain number of hours at overtime, 30 minutes a day essentially, to care for the dog, and that included training time and things like that. We've since revised how we're paying. It's now a flat fee, $250 per, it's biweekly, and that is in accordance with guidance that has been set forward on how you compensate a canine handler.
Why don't we just have a job category for a police canine handler that outlines all those duties and it's part of their general pay versus a?
So again, I would say that, you know, the job description is an officer job description, not specific to being a canine handler. Also, what we do see is industry standard. Whenever you take on this type of assignment, you receive a stipend or an assignment pay for it.
Disregard.
So, any other questions about bilingual pay? Then I'm going to jump into the certification pay. So, and we do have certification pay currently. However, it's kind of a mashup. It's a legacy system we've had. A number of years have gone by, and we haven't reviewed what's been on that list, whether there's still value added for those certifications, looking at rates. And so we, like I said, did a deep dive here for that. Steve mentioned trying to be more consistent and offering opportunity to departments who might not previously had an opportunity to receive certification pay. So with that, we are proposing a tiered system of 25, 40, and 60. The tiers are based on what's required to obtain and maintain the certification, and so then we grouped them in similar categories before assigning a tier and an amount to those certifications. With what you have in your packet, that list, and I'm happy to go through if you have questions about particular ones, but again, the costs associated with what you have before you would be approximately $103,000 annually for certification pay. And again, I'm happy to answer any specific questions.
I'm sorry, I'm on page 2, number 3 of certification pay. It just says tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, but I'm not seeing the current. I'm just seeing the current in its totality, but as far as, is our current rate the 25, the tier 1, or we don't?
They're not, and I actually have.
It just didn't say if it was new. I didn't think it was new.
I think they're flat amounts that are divided by the number of payroll periods. So they're kind of all over the board. It'd be like $23.47.
Okay.
She's just made it a flat amount per pay period to simplify it.
Right.
Okay.
So currently we have 4 levels of certification pay, and they are annual amounts of $300, $600, $900, and $1,200. And then we've backed into these biweekly rates, and so it's $11.54 a pay period, $23.08 a pay period. And what we're recommending here, like I said, is a nice round biweekly number instead of one of those, but you know, comparable in some cases to what we currently have, and in some cases we're seeing a little bit of increase based on the benchmark data that we've received.
Right, so what I'm saying is, what is I'll just divide that number, the current number. I was just saying on here, it doesn't say what the current number is. I was asking what the current number was.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it?
Right here, if you look at the list right here, it'll have what we're currently paying for those and then what we're proposing.
Got it. I was just looking for it to have the, at the top. No, I got you.
She was looking at the top.
I was looking at its totality at
I
the
see, I'm
tiers.
sorry.
No worries.
Yes, ma'am,
I
but it is
understand from
included
here.
there on that
Yeah.
list below.
Gotcha.
So the one question I have is for animal services, it was there and it's removed. Is that just going to be part of their job description?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, that's exactly right. That's the reason why, again, we've spoken with the police department and animal services, and it's being, the job description is being updated to require that. You will see, absolutely, for each, and even in public safety, you know, we evaluated what we currently have, not only what we were proposing to add, but we are recommending removal of some, as yes, they're either no longer value added or have since become a requirement of the job.
And that is
Thank you.
at the recommendation of the chiefs.
Oh, I was just asking the question. I figured it was.
Yeah.
I just was
Well, I
verifying.
just wanted to clarify, that's not something that HR came up with.
No, I figured you guys would have talked to the powers in that area or the directors in that area to figure out if that's what they were recommending because it had no value, or they were updating.
So just, it seems like almost every position, there's like a certification for that position. I mean, are those not requirements going into them? And if it's not, why is it not? And then, it's like I don't know, it just seems, I understand that part, it just doesn't,
So.
it's very odd in a private industry mindset, but it's just very strange, and it's, I'm just looking at it, I'm not picking on any position in particular, but, certified economic developer. I mean, if you're gonna be in economic development, shouldn't you have that certification? I mean, maybe if you start off in maybe in an assistant role, as an assistant to the director, maybe that person wants to move up and they go and get this certification. Okay, I understand that. But like, the way it looks like increase in the amount is like, hey, almost every single person that already has that certificate, they're gonna automatically get that increase, even though they already had it in place. I don't know. It is hard to understand from our perspective.
And I'm glad you asked the question, because this is important, and it's a great question. So you're going to have a job progression in almost every department. So economic development, for example, you have that business and retention analyst position, and then the assistant, and then the director. Well, it might be required at the assistant level or the director level for that certification, but at that business retention level, it's not. So, because the job duties don't encapsulate a need for that. So, but do I want that person to go out and get that certification? Yes, because I value promotion from within and getting people ready for the next level. So if they can go out and, if we can incentivize them to go out and get that certification, to be ready to step into the shoes at the next level, that's great. Now, they lose it when they move up, of course, but they're getting promoted, and that's going to more than offset any nominal amount that we give them for that. But it's kind of like if you hire an accountant. Well, an accountant doesn't require a CPA, but if you have an accountant that has a CPA, great. If it costs me $650 a year to do that, that's peanuts to have that extra qualification that's pretty significant. And if somebody goes out and gets that CPA, or even certified government finance officer or whatever, just using finance as an example, that prepares them to move up the ladder. That's the rationale.
Yeah, and I could understand when the people are currently employed and they are trying to do that, and so they go out and do the certification, they put in the work. I can understand that. I guess it's just, it's hard seeing some of these certifications and not thinking that would be a requirement before you even get that position. I think that's where it's a little confusing, because some of them are pretty, like starting level certifications, I would think, for some of these positions. So I don't know, it just seems like that there's a creation of a certification for every single position in the government, and that you should get incentive for getting that certificate. That just seems kind of, it's hard to understand from my perspective.
Steve, can we, I guess, it's hard to wrap your head around. I think it's because what I guess the biggest thing is with these certifications is if you're coming in at a lower level and you have the certification, you get the pay. If you're at that level that requires it, you don't get the pay, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's probably the confusing part. Because if you're an economic development director, you should have it, but like you said, the business retention person may not have it, they go get it, they get paid for it. Just like city secretary has to be certified, but someone that might be getting that pay, who has that pay, like if you have someone, and I'm just gonna call because I know, the economic development administration, admin, that's worse, can't talk this morning. The admin, she has city secretary certification, so she would then get paid for that certification, although, because it's not required for her job, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And I think you can go ahead, James.
Caveat, though, keep in mind, is one of the things we consciously did with this effort is that to be eligible for a particular certification, it has to be in direct line of your job duties, right? So we have employees in the city who, because they've worked in a different area before, they may have a certification in a different area. So again, for example, I may have somebody in, and I'm making it up, Public Works, you know, a water wastewater person who has a certified playground inspector certification, that's not within their core, so they're not eligible, right? That's something that we didn't always track to, and we're tracking it this time on it.
So it has to be within your scope of where you are?
To
Okay.
get the certification. Now,
Certification,
again,
okay.
I want to offer this, and this is where we can't solve everybody's problem with everything. We have some employees who want to move up, who understand that path may mean move into a different department. And so we can certainly, you know, send them to training, you know, because we know they want to advance within the organization. So we may know that we have somebody in Public Works who wants to move to Parks and do that. That may be something as they show progress toward that, you know, that we can work with them to get, but yeah, it has to be that core.
Jessica, are these identified on their paychecks as incentive for that particular thing?
I'm sorry, sir.
Are they identified on their compensation checks? Okay.
So on the very last page, the total cost, if you go with proposal option 1, this is going to cost an extra $147,000 a year to implement proposal option 1 compared to what we're doing now. That's how I read it.
Yes, sir, you're correct.
And so based upon the previous presentation about, is $147,000, in my mind, a relatively decent price to pay for employee satisfaction, employee, you know, the culture, feeling valued? You're essentially
I think
saying
hard to
yes?
put a price on that. I will tell you that this topic has been ongoing for a number of years. We've deflected, deferred, and kind of kicked the can down the road. Even whenever we've done the class and comp studies, this has always been kind of a back issue. And to Steve's point, the base wage rate adjustments were really the focus, as they should be. But so we haven't put a lot of emphasis on really reviewing this or making updates to what we currently had. And like I said, what we did have in place, or what we do have in place, is leftover from days gone by. And so there's no question employees will greatly appreciate, some more than others, at a minimum, our review of this. Whether council agrees and we move forward with one of our recommendations or not, I think minimally we have put in the work. We've done a really thorough review, and so at least we know exactly where we stand, where our benchmarks are, and I think we're in a good position to confidently make a recommendation, again, whether it's approved or not.
Well, I think the best part about this suggestion is, your proposal is that you did engage the employees, right? You got feedback. This is sort of what they prefer. So that's the positive, but I do sort of see the hesitancy with going forward, only because some of these things to me seem like they should be part of the sort of the base hiring, right? A CPA, I don't know why you would hire an accountant without a CPA certification, but I get it. So I do have a sort of a grievance there, but $147,000 in a budget, what percent of our budget is that? What's our budget?
So that's all funds. So, James, what's that?
Like 100,000 out of,
120 million? It's
75 million? 100,000 out of 75 million?
Yeah, out of 75 million.
Not including capital budgets, just operating?
Yeah, just so, in the big scheme of things, it's a lot of money, but it's a small percentage in order to, yeah. Sir? Quarter of a penny to ensure that employees understand that they were heard and to some extent validated.
okay.
Any other questions I can answer for anybody?
I think it's a good idea, and I'm for it. I know it's probably in the budget to do proposal 1. So
Yeah.
I'm for proposal 1, although I like the other.
On a positive note, it's good to see that you got the savings in the insurance. That's pretty significant, so that was good.
Yes, sir, it definitely was. We had an overwhelming response, put out an RFP for all lines of coverage, as Steve indicated. Really had, like I said, just a great response, and so we had a lot to choose from. And, I think at the end, it was a no-brainer whenever we realized, just how much we would be able to save. Steve mentioned able to keep the same plan design, which is huge for our employees, maintain costs for them, so it's a win-win.
And that won't only impact the city, that'll impact the contributions of the employees as well, right? Will it lower their cost, or is it keep it the same for them still?
It won't lower the costs. So in this case, again, we're going to maintain employee costs, but the city's really going to realize that savings so that we can put it back into some of the other expanded programs or into some of these budget items. So we're not going to be lowering employee-dependent costs. We're going to be maintaining those.
And just to clarify, thanks for bringing that up. This something that over the last 5 years, since 2019, I guess, the city has absorbed the entire increase and not put it onto the employee. So the employee's amount has stayed static for that 5 years. So like Jessica said, we want to take that savings, accrue it back to the city and put it back to work.
Okay, so, and that's fine. So moving forward, will their contributions stay the same? Is it going to renew, like, hey, another 3 years, it won't increase or something along those lines?
That's a year-by-year decision, and that's something that we need to take a look at. I think as we're all aware, the insurance industry can accelerate really fast in terms of increases. It can level out a little bit, but generally speaking, that's something that we'll need to evaluate every year. But an important thing that we intend to do every year from here on out is evaluate plan design, evaluate the structure of the program itself, and see how we can either save or mitigate increases as much as possible.
And, also not only just rising costs in the industry, of course, our claims greatly drive our renewal as well, right? So some years we have better years than others in terms of claim versus, or spend versus premiums. I will tell you, to date this year, we're actually having a really great year. Unfortunately, this calendar year's data was not included in our RFP, right? So the proposals that we received were based on a couple of prior years' data. But if we can maintain some of the trends we're seeing with our claim data right now, then going forward, I think we'll have a much better renewal process in terms of what they'll bring to the table.
Well, I'm happy to see that at least the saved costs on the cities with this new insurance plan will help deviate, even though it isn't a huge percentage at all, not around maybe 2% of the budget that this proposal one would take. But I do like proposal one best, because at the end of the day, to Robert's point, we can't put a price on anyone's happiness, but we can try to adjust based off of the feedback that we're hearing, and then we are here to make a difference based off of feedback that we have from our employees, so we continue to keep valued employees. So I'm definitely for proposal option one.
I have a question. With the insurance that we're going to, will our ambulance service be in market or out of? Because I know that prior to, with some of our with the insurance we had before, sometimes people in the city will call the ambulance, search the ambulance, and it was like not within market or whatever the word
Network.
is. Network, there you go. It wasn't in network, so then they're paying a lot of money for an ambulance service, and they live in the city.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that ambulance services generally are not going to be a network, and Jason can speak to this better probably. Yes, not in network.
Agreed. So we are trying to see if it is in a TDI. We're trying to confirm that. Have we been able to do that? No? Okay.
So what is TDI?
It's the Texas Division of Insurance. So the state of Texas this year established a law that we can't balance a bill if you have insurance that's part of TDI. And our current provider was that. So we're trying to confirm.
Honestly, I don't foresee that being an issue. This is a large carrier. This is not some, backdoor carrier that no one's ever heard of. And so, I don't think that that's going to be an issue. But in terms of being in network, like I said, ambulance services aren't even currently with Blue Cross in network service.
Also, I would say, as a side note, we highly encourage the Passport to Care program. Costs, what, $45 a year, and there will be no balance bill, even if it's not TDI.
Agreed.
How many people even use the Passport to Care, the passport?
Yeah, we have 500 members right now.
500 out of 45,000?
Yeah, it's definitely not enough.
Yeah.
500 yes, sir, 500 subscriptions. So it could be for the whole family, it might be single.
So we just need to encourage staff to, if they're on this insurance, okay, to do passport. Everybody else, makes sense. Yeah.
Well, I think even if it is, well, we can't balance bill if it's under TDI, but I would encourage everybody to do it regardless.
Yeah, agreed. And we have some complications with Medicare as well. And of course, if you have Medicaid, you can't be a Passport member.
Can Medicare and TRICARE be passport members?
Yes, but traditionally, if you have Medicare, we accept what Medicare will give us or TRICARE would give us, and you don't get a balance bill. You don't get balance bill anyway. So it might not be worth it for you to have Passport if you have those, which we have a large population that has Medicare and TRICARE.
So option one is what is baked into the budget, the proposed budget, and are we hearing a consensus that that is agreeable to the council?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah, option one seems what council's preferring. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, James?
James is going to come. James is going to come up and talk about the operate the rest. Oh yeah, why don't we take a break? 10 minutes. Come back at 10:35. All right, I think we're ready to get going. James. Kathy.
We can go ahead and get started. Here's one more. One more. Okay, we can get started.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So next we're going to jump into the general fund. We're going to walk through the major funds like we typically do every year. I will say compared to, say, the water and sewer operating fund, the general fund are more difficult to balance than the others, and there are a lot of moving parts to it. It is our largest fund, of course, you know that. And there are several challenges. James is going to go through those, but we're working our way through them. And in terms of the class and comp, for example, implementing that, it costs more money, but at the same time, we've been really successful in doing things like lowering our vacancy rate and our turnover rate, which cost more money. But you're actually spending the money that you budgeted and intended to budget. So we don't have quite the salary savings that we've had in previous years. And then there are other aspects on the revenue side where we're facing challenges. And like I said, James is going to go into that detail. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions, and we welcome your dialogue. So I'll turn it over to James.
All right, and if you thought...
One more thing I forgot to mention that I intended to mention is just like with the employee satisfaction survey, where we take that into consideration when we're building budget and doing things and the way we operate the organization, we also take into consideration the resident survey that we do as well. And we do that every other year. So we take to heart what the residents and the businesses that respond to that survey and the data that we get from that, take that into consideration in terms of building our CIP and building our operating budget. So the general fund, when we look at it through that lens, it does incorporate that perspective from our residents. So I wanted to just throw that out there. You're probably all aware of that already, but I wanted to reemphasize the fact that that is something that we take very seriously in terms of implementing it into how we put our budget into action. So,
All right. Let's finish that one. The rest of the general fund expenditures. The budget staff is proposing to council totals $53,111,130. This is an increase of $1.8 million or 3.6% from the 23-24 current adopted budget. Non-personnel budgets actually decreased by 1.9%. That's we did see increases in supplies, utilities, the amount we're paying into the TERS, software maintenance, but those were offset by less street maintenance that was temporarily funded in 23-24. So we had $1 million that went in on top of we utilized some funds that were remaining in our fund balance and our budget from the past couple of years to do a lot of street projects this year. Personnel budgets increased 8.4%, caused by the ECI we have mentioned, full year positions that we started at mid-year of 2024, as well as full year funding of the class and comp study, because we started that in January, so there's still 3 more months to kind of absorb going forward. As well as we saw some higher deployment costs for fire, but all those were reimbursed will be reimbursed from the state. And all that was slightly offset by lower insurance costs that we went over as well. Some of those increases in that 1.9 decrease, so we did see some increases there. Property liability insurance, the TERS contribution, as I mentioned, General utility increases, mostly related to electric, and then some IT technology increases. We have the new PD RMS software. It's getting off the ground, $144,000 annually going forward. Then we also have some computer replacements. Some of the GTACs, which are the laptops that go into the public safety vehicles, need to be replaced because they don't run Windows 11. And that will be a CGIS requirement in October 2025. So basically, we have 1 year to swap out the remaining GTACs that are the older models that can't run Windows 11. That's $187,000. Then in addition to that 700, we also add about $1.3 million. That includes the ECI we mentioned, the merit and STEP program. The STEP program is new with the new pay model in public safety. And then if you remember, this current year, we didn't do a merit. We put everything into the class and comp study implementation. Some folks got moved around inside their pay bands, but we didn't have any pay band progression this year. So that's what the merit and STEP program do. It actually moves people in their pay band. The ECI moves the entire band up, and the merit and STEP moves them in their pay band. So without having these regular moves in the pay band, a senior employee could have the exact same wage as a starting employee because we haven't moved them up in their band. And then that also includes the incentive pay. I will say that is the entirety of the new programs in the general fund this year. When we did the ECI last year, we didn't have, the only thing we really planned for this year in our 5-year forecast was hiring some additional firefighters to get ready for station number 4. However, with this budget and taking some realities with our revenue, we actually even pushed those back until the following October. So we're not going to hire those folks this year. I'll get into that. So this is the total general fund budget for the past 3 years. We saw the big jump here last year, includes the $1 million that we put towards the additional streets, 1.6 we put towards additional streets, as well as the ECI, or the class and comp. And then here we're slightly up with the new expanded programs. So that was that big jump there. Along the personnel budgets you see here, this is that large jump with the firefighters as well as the class and comp. Last year's insurance increase, and then this is the difference in personnel going forward to next year. So this is the estimated year end. On the operating side, generally comes in a little bit down. This is higher because we added some more money for streets, sort of a one-time deal, and then it dropped back down, and that does include the $700,000 for those non-discretionary increase type items for contracts and other items. And on the capital outlay, this year we're seeing a lot. One of the things we've seen since COVID, I mentioned this last year, is we place an order for capital, vehicle, big equipment, and it takes over a year to get it in. So a lot of these items that we're seeing coming in this year were actually leftover items for the past couple of years. So this is where they're at. Also, a point to note on the capital, this 1.8 still remains about the same as where it's budgeted this year. We are able to fund a replacement fire apparatus through cash. This is the first time we've done that. We've been bonding them since I've been here over a more short-term bond, not a 20-year, but we're actually paying cash for this one, and we have planned to pay cash for the next 2 as well in the 5-year window. Now these are replacements. If we have new fire apparatus related to a new station, those may still be bonded in the future, but at least the replacements we're planning for in our capital replacement fund. On to the revenues. We'll discuss the 2024 property values. It's what everyone's been waiting for. It's very exciting. So the 2023 taxable value was $5.4 billion. Those same properties this year that we had last year, no new buildings, those same properties are now $5.5 billion. And then we added about $70 million of new property to the tax roll, new construction basically. So we have a 2024 adjusted taxable value of $5.6 billion. Overall, that increased $213 million. I want to make a caveat about the 69 million. That is the lowest amount of new property that Schertz has added to its tax rolls in the past 13 years. About 10 years ago, we added about 70 million, just over 70 million, so this is the lowest we've added in the past 10 years. So, and we've seen that in last year, the previous year, the residential permits have slowed down. We didn't have as much new commercial permits come in. We're seeing that pick back up a little bit this year, so we think next year will be good, and we'll have some more property being added to it. But for this tax year, we have the lowest amount of new property. And then for our annual disabled veteran homestead exemption update, for 2024, the total exempt value from this exemption is now just shy of $1 billion for the city of Schertz. We had 2 more people moved in with this exemption. We could have hit that 1 billion mark. So close. I'm just going to call it $1 billion, even though it's not quite there. It's a little bit easier to say. But what that means for the city of Schertz, we have a taxes foregone. This is value that we get no property tax value from. We are going without $4.8 billion at our proposed tax rate of revenue annually. Now, we get some of that back from the state. The state has an aid program, so we get some of that back. This current year, we got about $800,000 back. Next year, we're thinking about the same amount. So out of that $4.8 billion loss, we'll get about $800,000 back from the state. So maybe about $4 million decrease in the amount of revenue we would get when comparing a city with other with a similar tax rate, or if they didn't have this DVHS exemption. So, to give you an example, if we didn't have this exemption in the city of Schertz, if we were the ones that didn't live next to a military base or had a large veteran population, our annual tax rate could be 0.41 cents, and we'd still bring in the same amount of revenue. We'd operate the same way.
James, I would like to comment here that this is for illustration purposes only. We are not recommending that it should be 41 cents, but it's more of a testimony of, and you'll see in the next couple of slides when James gets into it, how the other communities are impacted and deal with it. We believe that the demands and the desires of our community necessitate a higher level of service than we're providing now. And at 41 cents, that would keep us where we are. We feel like that there is some room to do additional projects. So this is just an illustration of what it would be if it wasn't in there, and the value of that, the dollar value of that.
Just trying to frame it up for reference, the average municipal tax rate in the state of Texas is in the mid to low 50 cents for an average community. Without this exemption, we'd be operating at 41 cents. So we're up in that upper 40s right now. State average is closer to the mid 50 cents. So we're still below state average, and then we have this on top of that. Just kind of framing up just how far off or how big this impacts a city of our size. To get more on the homestead level, so a homestead was where like a home owned by an individual as their primary residence. 21% of homesteads in Schertz have this DVHS exemption for 2024. That's 1 in 5 homes in Schertz. 52% of those homesteads have some sort of a disabled veteran exemption. So 1 out of every 2 homes owned and lived in by an individual is a disabled vet of some level. Council approved a resolution on 7/16 supporting legislation dedicated to providing proper funding mechanism for this program. This is a state program, not something that Schertz opted into. We reiterate this every year. This is a great program. This does do a lot to help these veterans that come out of the military service with some sort of disability. We are not saying that we should do away with this program. We are asking the state to properly fund it. That would go a long way of helping us, because we do qualify for it, and there's other communities that are impacted just as much or greater that get no aid whatsoever. And so we really would like this next legislative session, hopefully we get a little bit more traction on legislature that provides a better funding mechanism for this program. To give you an example here, more entities are applying for it every year, either becoming aware, or probably becoming aware If you're not paying specific attention to these, because this program's been going on since 2000, I think 15, 13. We only became aware of it a couple years ago ourselves, and some other communities are in the same boat. More people are becoming aware of it and starting to apply. So as more people reaching into that limited pot of money, that's less for everybody else because they have to divvy it up. Current year, I said we have about 868,000. We were eligible to receive, if they properly funded the program, 3.1 million, and we got 800,000. So it equates to 27.3% of the requested money received the previous year. We actually got 48% of our requested funds. We requested about 2.4 million. We got about 1.2 the previous year. This time we requested about 3.1, and we only got 800,000 back. So other cities with DVHS we've seen have a higher tax rate to compensate for the revenue loss.
Quick question, James. How do you determine how much you request?
So if you have that exemption, you calculate the amount of taxes lost, and if it's more than 2% of your general fund revenue, you are now eligible to request funding. Up to that amount you lost minus 1%. So 1% is gone of your revenue loss, but you can request anything above that, but you have to lose at least 2. And you have to be physically touching a military base. That's another caveat. So Cibolo could have a very similar issue as Schertz with a high DVHS exemption, but they don't touch Randolph. So they can't even apply with the current program to get any aid. We see
So, James, just to clarify, when the state implemented this program, their intention was that in order to keep cities from getting hurt, they would limit the loss to 1%, right? Or 2%.
you had to lose 2% or more to qualify the program, but you didn't get that 1% back. It was
right. So
acceptable loss for the city.
So when they designed the program, they intended cities to only lose that 1%. They have not funded it that way. So in a sense, it's an unfunded mandate by the state to, we're roughly getting 27% back of what we requested. So we're well below, we're considerably more than that 2% loss. And we're requesting $3 million, but only getting back 800,000. This is something that, Linda and I brought a resolution to you guys a couple meetings ago. This is something that we intend to fight hard for, to get the state to step up and do its part and adequately fund this program. That's where the problem is with the program. It's not the program itself.
This is taken directly from the Comptroller's website. They list all the requests and all the payments for the program. You'll see us in the highlighted section. So we requested 2.4 million. We got just over 1.1 million last year. This year we requested 3.1. We only got 868,000. El Paso's, both county and city, were new to the requested this year. City of El Paso losing 6.8 or requesting 6.8, and they only got 1.8. You'll see the appropriation was only 9.5 million, but total requests was about $34.6 million. And those are just from cities that A, are aware of the program, and B, are actually touching a city base. There are other entities, I mentioned Cibolo because they do have some DVHS in there that they can apply for aid. And how some of these other cities have been handling it over the years is Killeen, Copperas Cove, and El Paso, their tax rate is close to the 60 cents or higher. So Schertz has maintained sort of a tax rate of about that 50 cents on average. I'll just say that because we went over a little bit. We're a little bit under now. We've maintained that throughout this entire time period. Other cities have not been as lucky as us and have had to raise their taxes up to the 60 cent kind of range. Above the state average is about, let's say, 55 cents or 54 cents. Kind of give you a scope of question is, hey, we're only proposing to do wage adjustments this year. Where's all the rest of the funding go? This is one area where we're a little more stunted on our revenue because the state hasn't properly funded the program. Again, this program is very justified and deserved for all those that serve in the military. This is not wishing them out of our city. This is us wishing that the state would properly fund the program. This is a great program. So with that, with the tax rates, with the new exemptions, we calculate the no new revenue rate. So that's the rate which will generate the same amount of revenue for the city as previous year for properties that listed in both. Theoretically, everything is the same. This is basically saying the exact same tax bills go out. We send out the same amount of tax bills as we did last year, and then if you're new to the city, that's how we get more money. We have the voter approval rate, which is the highest rate council can adopt without automatically triggering an election this November. And I'll show you the current rate, and then we'll show the proposed maximum rate. So the current rate is 4.872. The no new revenue rate is 0.4805. The voter approval rate is 0.499. We don't have any unused increment, so we can go higher than that if we wanted to. So our proposed rate is 0.499. And that's the one we balance the budget at currently. 1 penny on that tax rate is equal to $564,000 of revenue for the city, or equates to $34.31 on the average tax bill for a home. What that looks like is the M&O rate would go from $33.24 to $34.16, and the INS rate would go from $15.48 to $15.74. Looking about a 1.2 cent increase on the tax rate. What that looks like for the bills, so the no new revenue rate, pretty much the same tax bill, be for the city's portion, $1,648. So out of the big tax bill you get, that's the city's portion. The voter approval rate, if we went with that one, which is our proposed, that tax bill would go up to $1,712, or a $63 increase annually, and this would be a 3.9% increase in taxes. We went with our current rate. The estimated tax bill would only go up about $23 annually and be a 1.4% increase in the tax rate. So that $63.47 is about $5.29 on the monthly escrow if you do an escrow. And the taxes are based on the average taxable value that I received from the appraisal districts for 2024. Category A, the homesteads, which is $343,118. Average taxable value in Schertz. And everything you see up here is based on annual amounts. Any questions on the tax rate portion? How it's calculated or?
And after this retreat, I will be sending a copy of the PowerPoint along with Noel's presentation, Jessica's handout. Any of the handouts that we send, I'll include all that in an email later.
A very similar PowerPoint will be uploaded to the agenda for next week as well. We're not asking council to set a preliminary tax rate here. We're just kind of putting out what the amounts are, what we currently have budgeted. We can have the discussion. And then just a reminder that when we do ask council to take action on Tuesday, the preliminary rate that y'all will set will go on all the tax notices. You can adopt a final rate that's lower than that, but you cannot adopt a rate that's higher without restarting public hearings and issuing new notices, which may result in special meetings being called to meet state deadlines. But it could go, you can go lower all you want without adjusting any timelines. Show you a historic trend as far as our tax rates. This is the M&O going back to 2018. Past couple years we have dropped down. This would be a increase, but it would still be the second lowest M&O rate we've had since 2018. Look at the INS rate. We were up around the 16 cents for a while. We dropped back down. This would be still towards more of the average INS tax rate. Put them side by side on top of one another. This would be $49.90 is what it's showing here. So we've been under 50 cents for 2 years. We're still under 50 cents. And the preceding 4 years, we were over that 50-cent mark. So we got the 51 cents. 51.46, and then over 50 cents. That's what we're proposing as far as our preliminary, is the 49.90, and this is how it stacks up to the previous rates. Now, that's all on the property taxes. We've kind of touched on the challenges and what's recommended. I can go over some of the other revenue sources from the general fund, unless you have any questions here, or we can come back towards the end.
Yeah, just going back to what, on the proposed and the current, what's the actual dollar amounts on that?
For the increase?
Yeah, like in terms of what would the city see if you went with the proposed compared to the current?
So each penny equates to $564,000. This is 1.18 pennies. So right around 600,000, 570, 570.
744. Yeah.
How much?
744 from our current rate to the rollback rate.
Are you going to go over some of the issues that led to this point where the tax rate will be higher? For instance, sales tax, permits, all that information?
Yes, sir.
Is that on the next portion of your slides?
Yeah, we'll talk about the sales taxes, the 3-year rolling average growth. So this is the lowest point as far as our growth was back in 2017, as far as the rolling average. That's the only year we saw a slight under when we came in under budget. Every year we usually, well, slightly under here as well, but most of the years we come in at or above target. And then this year we are seeing a decrease in amount of that we expected. About half of what we thought we were going to get in sales taxes coming up this year is what we'll actually end up getting. The first 4 months of the year, our growth rate was exactly 0. Not exactly. I'll say it rounds to 0, but we actually, in the first 4 months compared to last year, we got 1,000 more in sales taxes than we did the year prior. The following 4 months, leading up to this month, we have seen normal growth come through, averaging about 6% growth. The long-term average in what we budgeted was about 7%. But to get to the full 7%, the final 4 months, we'd have to grow at almost 15%, and that's unlikely. So we're expecting to come in around 3 to 4% growth for the year. It's still good, but that really knocks us back to what we've seen, and this would be the lowest growth rate we've seen. If you look at the low growth rate, we're right around here, and then this is what we have been growing at for a long time. So that's the year we kept seeing, we hit double-digit growth in sales taxes. We kept hitting it. We kept saying, it's COVID. We shouldn't have increases in sales taxes. But we kept seeing this growth, and we kind of finally hit, not a bubble, but we have kept the growth that we got throughout those years. So it's not like we're dipping down and collecting less in sales tax than we have. We're just not growing as fast as we have in the past few years. But as far as the 5-year forecast and what that does to us, instead of growing up here, we're now growing down here. So there's a delta there. The French, and then also we thought we would, back on the DVHS exemption, we thought 2 things. One, that the state, if they didn't fully fund the program, they would at least increase the funding by some amount, and they did not. It's the exact same biannual amount that they approved previously. So they had the same entities all competing for that same amount, but we got 1.2 million last year, right? So not too bad. We budgeted 1.5. Well, then El Paso's came in and took a big chunk of that. So instead of getting 1.5, we're only getting 800,000. And so that was another hit for this current year revenue. And we've adjusted our forecast as well, so we're no longer getting that over $1 million. We're adjusting down to 800,000 until something changes. The franchises, we thought we'd have a bigger increase as far as utility increases with some of the new business development. We have not seen that. That dropped down a little bit, getting back in line with our historic average. Looking back, this was probably a little bit too high. This year, permit revenue is what really keeping us on track for the current year. So we budgeted about 1.4. We hit the 2.5 million mark once all those big projects started hitting on the commercial side. Residential side is up a little bit, but it's more in line. All this is really commercial. And so we've taken that. For next year, we've actually increased the budget, and we're looking at more of an average of what we got the past 3 years. Or not average, we'll say at the sort of the minimum that we've got the past 3 years instead of coming in a little bit lower and getting pleasantly surprised. We believe this is a more accurate number, but again, permits is one that is not up to us. This is a number that really won't continue to grow as the city grows, because once it's built, then it's less than new construction, it's more redevelopment, and redevelopment takes longer than going to empty field and just building a new building. So we've seen this as very low and very high. If I had a longer year, you'd see some low years where development was really light. But this number has helped us meet our mark for this current fiscal year. So we're not actually down on what we expected for this year. On the fees, one of those fee in here is related to development, the plan check fee. That's why they're mimicking the permits very closely on this one. We're using the same kind of methodology here to estimate the fees for next year that we did for the permits. Again, a little up on the budget to budget. We did separate out court fines with our new financial software. A lot of reports that need to specifically look at court fines. Before it was just kind of rolled in with fees. So with our new software, we broke those out. We'll start reporting on these separately. This is another area the city's had to do without some other income coming in. Sort of the change in how cities and the public review or look at traffic fines and other citations. It's really kind of backing off using monetary punishments to help encourage and enforce a lot of our ordinance citations. It's really left up to the big offenders, and with more warnings and more public community policing rather than just enforcing laws and citations. So with that, we've had number of citations drop off quite a bit. That results in less revenue, but we're separate. We think we're getting close to that bottom. There's not a whole lot less we could go. And from the latest reports, we're writing a little bit more citations currently, so we may see this come back slightly, but it's never going to get back to the point we were before. Not too long after, about 10 years ago, there was a very high number. This was actually closer to 1.5. I think we budgeted $1.8 million that one year. And the public opinion kind of turned. Schertz was known as a speed trap. You don't speed in Schertz, you get a ticket. But changing our policies and habits, that's come down. So that's another area where we have less to do with new projects and programs. Now, as far as the general fund 5-year forecast, so we believe we'll bring in about $50.5 million. It is higher than the previous year. We'll probably, our proposed budget to spend $53 million, which is just 1.6 or so higher than last year. And the current budget does take down the fund balance percentage to about 25%. We're supposed to be, we did actually drop the percentage for the current year. We thought we'd be to 29 was the target, but we had that big influx of fees as far as the permit fees. And our limit is normally 26%. So we believe we'll have, we allow for 1 year kind of a correction. We can go to 25% for 1 year as long as we get back to 26% the next year on the ordinance. So this year we may get down to 25%, and then we'll have to spend another year kind of correcting it back to the 26. And then one thing I have not done, and I have done in previous years, we've kind of plotted out new hires and stuff on going out on the 5-year forecasts. This year, outside of the maybe a 2% ECI estimated going forward, if inflation stops, then hopefully that stops as well as the continued merit and COLA, or merit and STEP program. Those are the only things that are in there. So no new people, no new programs, no new anything else. And so this is kind of our bandwidth going forward, and when that we can expect that to come in. This year's very tight. Next year looks like it'll be very tight. It'll make sure if we go below that 25%, that's the rebuilding of that next year. And then we start opening up some capacity to starting new programs and hiring new folks and making some of those changes. This does include opening Fire Station 5 or 4 and all the new employees. That's the only thing that's currently programmed in there. And then we have the other fire station coming out, or the other fire apparatuses. On the INS fund, so at the rate of $1574, we'll get the $20 million this year. We'll have the 13.9 the following year, 23, and then the 14 coming up. This is what that debt payments would look like over this 5-year window. This is what our current one is. When we add that next one, you'll notice this stair steps down, debt falls off, opens up some additional capacity. We try to keep the INS rate relatively flat, and we work with our financial advisors to advise us on structuring the payments as well as the timing of the payments to make sure that we keep in that zone. And again, if part of that CIP looks like it's too far out, we want to accelerate some projects and programs, either go to the voters and have them vote for an increased tax rate for a bond program or something like that. That's possible, and that's the kind of conversation we would look when we talk about the CIP with council. If that looks good, we want to maintain that tax rate, and that list of programs is great, or that list of projects is great, or no, we're going a little slow, we need to find some other funding mechanism how we do that. Before I go into the water sewer fund, is there any discussion or questions on the general fund? So kind of summarize, yeah, the property taxes didn't grow as much as we had wanted. We only added $69 million to the new tax roll. It was the lowest that we've seen in a while. It resulted in only about just over 1.2% actual growth as far as taxable value from new properties, which is quite low. We wanted to see that around 2 to 3, kind of mirrors the population growth. So maybe we had slower population growth this year. And then property values went up about 2.7% as far as inflationary factor that we would see overall, resulting in about a 4% increase. Kind of keeping that general area, which is that 3.9% we saw if we went to the voter approved rate. So that's what we would be asking about.
James, what do you attribute the increase in permit fees? You said permits went up.
Yeah.
But there's not a whole lot of new housing and new construction, not a whole lot. So how'd you get
Residential
all
has picked up recently. It was down for quite a while. It's now meeting budget. And then we have the new Schertz station projects coming in and paying permits. And
James, you want to go back to the slide real quick?
Yeah, that's a big significant, so,
Councilman Westbrook?
Yes.
Just to let you know, so there's a large apartment complex that's going in off of 1518 that's adding about 330 units. Very, very large, as well as the constructions that's happening that James mentioned, Schertz Station on I-35 and Cibolo Valley Drive. That was the,
that explains it. That explains it. So how often do y'all reassess the permit fees?
so we look at them every year when we go through budget.
this year, we're not expecting any changes.
No changes. Thank you, I appreciate it.
So maybe to chime in again, just on that, you have the item on council that you looked at last time and coming up on all the fees. So inspections, engineering looked at all their fees, made some adjustments with that. The thing I will say to keep in mind is that in the next 3-4 months, we will be coming to you with utility impact fees. So we are somewhat cognizant of that, right? There's the city building permit fees that go to the general fund. But most people who develop, they just look at their total, right? Much like most people look at their property tax bill. They don't care how much is school and county and city. They look at the total. That's a big part kind of coming up. But we look at it every year when we did it and did it this year as well. But again, we feel like we're consistent with everybody else on those general building permit fees. I will say our philosophy is to kind of charge a high amount on the actual permit fee and the plan check fee, but then we don't kind of nickel and dime you on the other stuff. So one of the fees we lowered was the floodplain permit fee. So again, for a resident across the street who's coming in for a re-roof, we don't want to kind of nickel and dime you and go, I'm paying as much in floodplain as other, but where we kind of get the bulk of ours is that building permit fee and the plan check fee philosophically. So if you did a comparison to other cities, just keep that in mind. It's philosophically, we kind of hit you good up here, but then we don't nickel and dime you on the little stuff.
Well, just to add, the permit fees is just a permit to build. But even if they take out the permits for 600 new homes, they are not on our tax rolls until they're finished. Am I correct?
That's right. There's a lag time between the new development coming in and hitting the tax rolls as well. I will say the other coming up, and it's always kind of a challenge to guess, are we going to have a big project come in, a new apartment complex or something? We have a number of subdivisions that are getting ready to file their plat, so we should have a fair number of single-family res permits maybe come in the end of this fiscal year, early next year, you think? Yeah. And so we collect the fee right before issuance on those. So we monitor that throughout the year.
And kind of the point, we know we have some new folks. We have, for the property taxes, where the largest single factor for the general fund as far as revenue, the taxable values that we calculate and the tax bills that go out are based on a January 1 estimated value. January 1 of 2024. So this past January, whatever's on the ground and inspected then, that's what we base the taxable and tax bills on for this coming year, 24, 25. So it's almost an entire year's lag from when something's done when we get it on the tax roll. So that's about how that time frame works. So any new development usually much lag behind as far as when it hits the tax roll.
A lag time of 1 year before they're on the tax rolls.
Yeah.
In terms of revenue for the city. Yep.
But to your original question, Councilman Westbrook, is the commercial's a little hard to peg from year to year because it does do this. And then the residential is relatively consistent. So that's why you see the little spike this year.
Yeah. And we're anticipating, in years past, I don't have it on this sheet, but in years past, we hadn't hit these numbers as frequently as we had before, which is why our budget was a little bit lower. Staff feels confident that when we raise that budget, we'll still hit those numbers or get very close to it. So. On the water and sewer fund, so water sewer fund, a little bit better. We have a different revenue source, don't have as many issues. The positions we have, we're going to actually add 5 water, wastewater workers, number ones, add a meter technician, and reclassify the customer service representative to an administrative assistant. For vehicles and equipment, we're going to add a SCADA truck, a supervisor truck, a well route truck, a mini dump truck, and a backhoe, and a meter technician would also get a vehicle. Also includes a $3 million transfer to the CIP fund, so continue on projects on that one.
James, just to comment on the positions, the 5 and the 1, those are all identified in our staffing plan previously, but the city was not able to wasn't able to fund them in the past.
The fee increases for water and sewer this year is just a 2% for water and 3% for sewer. Well, that was good, what we have now. This is their estimated fund balance percentage, so they're up to 32. What we're going to see here for the revenues versus actuals for this coming year, big transfer, about $3 million out to the CIP fund, which is where that comes from. It's going to buy it down to 26% along with the new hires and the capital. And then if you remember from the CIP, we had another bond issuance planned to fund about $40 million of projects coming up. So that debt payment will kick off right around in 26, 27. If we'll issue it this year, start paying on the debt over here. And if we have another one come through about the same amount, if other debt falls off, it kind of flattens out that percentage. We'll try to get that back. So while they're doing very well right now, to tackle all the CIP all the CIP projects that we have planned and identified, we will need to reevaluate the rates and see what we come up with, minimizing the impact on the residents and timing out when those debt issuances are and the payments. Just in case you're wondering, the overall personnel is only about $500,000. That's annually. So the question is, does that take away from the CIP plan? Does that affect that in any substantial or significant way? The first round of $30 million that we would plan to issue, the debt payments would be about $2.5 million. So it can cut off a little bit there, but then when we do a similar issuance a year or 2 years later of another $2.5 million. Then we're up to about $5 million almost in annual debt payments. And then that $500,000 that we're adding right now doesn't really knock off a couple projects. It's a small piece of that puzzle because it goes through. I'm sorry. But this is kind of illustrating the plan that we need to double check and make sure that our projects are good, on the schedule, on the right time frame, and we're properly funding them with debt, make sure we have the rates to support the projects going forward that we need for the city. But we got a couple years till we get down there, so we still have some time to make some changes and to set rates and make adjustments where we need to. On the EMS fund, I'll start on this slide and go back. Adding some positions at mid-year, part-time to full-time supply coordinator. That position's been a big help at part-time. I really like to keep them going and bring them on some more hours. One of the big initiatives of VMS is moving from 24-hour shifts over to 12-hour shifts. Now what that does is it does increase the cost of providing the service because then you have to add additional crews to the rotation, make sure everything's covered. And they have 24-hour, or say 12 hours on everyone else except for their battalion chiefs, just like the crew leader or the shift leader. This would take adding one battalion chief, and then we'll swap them over to the 12-hour shift as well. Fire is still on 24-hour shifts. No plan to change those at this time. EMS does run more calls than fire. You get called out a lot more. Don't sleep as much. Exhaustion and fatigue is a big hazard for them. And that's the last thing you want is for have a tired, sleepy ambulance driver trying to get you to the hospital. And so that's really been their push in the EMS world to switch over to different kinds of shifts. Also, we noticed that we are getting more calls and call volume continues to increase, so they need to add a peak hour truck using existing staff and vehicles, get those folks on the road a little bit more to help with the call volume. One of the things we did do this year is we did do a fee increase, and which estimated to be about $1.3 million in additional revenue. Hopefully passed on majority to the insurance companies when we send out the bills for life treatment or life-saving services. We'll see how that goes down. However, what that does do, what we have done with the class and comp study as well as other constrictions on the EMS fund, by the end of this year, we do expect them to have a negative cash balance of almost $500,000. Next year, they'll plan to lose a little bit more, with $300,000 of expenses over the revenues, dropping to about $800,000 in negative cash and investments. Now, with nothing else, they have no other new programs, kind of like general fund, no other new programs, no adding trucks during peak times, no adding personnel, no more shifting from 12 to 24 hours for the folks that are still on the 24-hour shifts. It would take them another 3 years to get the positive cash balance, and they would still need probably close to about $2 million if they really wanted to be a healthy fund balance to be able to operate for about that 3 months without any additional money coming in case of a disaster, a natural disaster. So that would put them at only $1 million and 28, 29 of excess line.
So James, just to clarify, not to get into the accounting weeds too much, so an enterprise doesn't really have a true fund balance. You tend to want to calculate an equivalency by taking current assets minus your current liabilities.
Called fund equity.
The cash, what's that?
Called fund equity.
Right. You would want to calculate a fund equity. Well, okay, a net position. So you'd want to calculate a net position.
No, net positions.
A little different, includes all the long-term assets and liabilities. So this cash position does not include some of the short-term liabilities, i.e. the accounts receivable, is that correct?
Yes. So if you add an accounts receivable, they have a positive equity in the fund. However, it's hard to pay people with IOUs.
Right. So
hard to buy stuff.
You see the write-offs that we have every quarter, about $600,000 every quarter. That's a portion of what we're able to, that's the uncollectible portion. So if you take the entirety of those accounts receivable, then it kind of distorts where your true position is. So James has just removed them completely, so we're basing it on the cash. So like I said, not to get in the weeds too much, but let's not look at this as exactly where we're at position-wise. It's just a more conservative look, I guess is the way to say it.
So enterprise funds, this is what, an enterprise fund, you're talking
Yes, sir.
EMS? It's a good or service provided to the public that we charge for.
So they do two things. They get their funding from two ways. One, whenever they transport a person, they bill their insurance first. We get what we can from there, or if they don't have insurance, or whatever the insurance doesn't pay, we try to pass along to the person that was in the vehicle and needed support, as any sort of medical provider would. The other part we do is we do contract with cities and other entities in our area to provide aid for those areas. So we charge on a per capita basis. So Cibolo gets a bill for our ambulances to be in their city based on their population and a rate. And so we have contracts with multiple entities around us. So we're more of a regional EMS provider. So yes, they get their revenue from two spots, one from actual patients and insurance companies, and the other one from the local cities.
What's our collection rate from insurance?
Our overall collection rate's 50%. If you take contractual liabilities out, it's 50%. And that's the entire than the industry standard.
Thank you.
Passport to Care is also available.
And just to comment on the long-term outlook for the EMS fund, we do have those contracts in place, but not this year, but in the very near future, we are in the position to where we need to reevaluate the program in terms of how it's funded and how all the contributions are made to the program. There are challenges, but we would like to make sure that it is on more sure footing with an additional positive equity, as well as making sure our capital replacements are in line. And there's actually a significant list of pieces of equipment that aren't on the trucks that in order to kind of up our service level, we would like to see added. So that there's some work to be done with the EMS fund in the way it's funded. Operationally, they do an excellent job. It's an excellent department, but there are some challenges in the future, so.
And some other accounting lingo and finance lingo. We have a fund. A fund is a self-contained revenue and expenses group. So if we talk about the general fund, general fund is compared to its taxes and permits and franchises, and then all the expenses related to those are funded directly from those: fire, police, finance, city manager's office. And they have a bottom line. Are they meeting that? EMS is another fund. They're an enterprise fund. That fund needs to be balanced, and they balance themselves with the revenue they get from transports and the revenue they get from other cities. And then they have their expenses providing those services. Water and sewer is the same way. They get their funding from garbage, water, sewer, everything on the utility bill that you get. And then they have their expenses able to provide those services. And those should all be self-contained and self-funded is basically how we've broken them out, especially the enterprise funds. We have some other funds, the special revenue type funds that we get revenue come in for certain areas, certain things. The state says, you get this money, but you can only spend it on this. We get the hotels occupancy taxes from the hotels, but we only have these very restrictive categories and percentages that we can actually spend that money on, kind of thing. General fund, the water and sewer money we really shouldn't spend on general fund type items. EMS, if they had money, we couldn't really spend it on water, sewer, general fund type stuff. General fund's a little more flexible because they're all kind of public purpose, but. So in addition, not listed on especially the water, sewer, and EMS slides, the 4.4% ECI adjustment, as well as the STEP program and the merit program that we mentioned at the budget highlights, that was for these funds as well. Roll into the cut line discussion. Of everything that we said, the funds are getting, we did have a list of items that were not funded. As I mentioned in the general fund, we had to reduce a lot of areas based on the amount of income we'd be getting in, as well as the known increases that we just have to do, contract increases, got the CJIS compliance, and then with the number one priority being compensation, we tried to go as far as we could to fund everything as what we could, and then anything left over after that, we put towards new positions, new programs, new softwares, as needed by the city. Unfortunately, this year we didn't get down to that amount. So we're passing out the complete list of requested items right now. And then Sarah,
I'm just going to pull it out from here, yeah.
Good news to say.
So while they're passing that out, this is another kind of new thing that we're doing, started last year, enhanced this year. This is a listing of all the requested expanded program requests, but added to that list, which wasn't necessarily done in the past, are things like the ECI, the merit, the step. So you can see it all relative. The only thing that's not on here, I believe, is the 600,000 in non-discretionary increases for the general fund. So this gives you a better picture of that incremental adjustment or addition to the budget, but also it gives you the full list of things that were requested and where we had to cut that off. And if you wanted to go, and it is presented in priority order based on the executive team's ranking of these items. So essentially moving down the list is the way we proceeded to add things into the budget. Down to where we had available resources or proposed resources from things like the property tax.
Yeah. As we go through here, I would want to put up the summary. This is what total requested, total funded, total unfunded should be based on the handouts that you had. Really, and then the only thing funded for each group was the ECI, the 4.4 ECI, the standard merit, which is a 2 to 4% merit based on performance and availability of funds, and then the STEP program for public safety, which is moving them along their progression path. The EMS had those couple additional items, and the water and sewer had a good portion of theirs put in. The only thing that was kind of missing on theirs was the ECI.
Did you prioritize what was not funded?
Yeah, this is a.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so on the recommended column up here is the rank. It's in the rank, but also if you just eyeball it, this information technology, new computers for CID was ranked number 6 as far as the priority. Okay. This will give you an idea of everything that staff would propose to have would enhance services and beneficial to community and staff. But to add any of these type of items to our budget, we'd have to cut from existing programs, reduce the amount of ECI or other wage proposals, or I guess technically take a tax rate to the vote to the citizens, but and if we lower the tax rate, so we did propose it at 499. We tried to meet the 5-year goals, with one of them being the staff compensation. We did the ECI, or we did the class and comp study. One of the recommendations was to adjust by the ECI every year. We did that last year. We did that, this current year, we were able to adjust to the ECI. Next year, we couldn't find the funds to get up to the full 5.1. We could do away with the merit and STEP programs and do the full ECI. The STEP program this is the very first year that program's in place. Staff felt it was important to show the public safety folks that this is a plan. We want to fund it this year, so they continue to have confidence in the program. Everyone's aware that it may not be funded in a given year. And we thought the first year was probably the most important year to fund, to set expectations or keep morale up, rather than, oh, they said they're going to fund it, now they're never going to fund it because they didn't do it that first year. And of course, this year, no one got moved along in their progression. We put everything towards the ECI and the class and comp study implementation. So no one actually moved ahead really in their band. Once that was remaining, we couldn't even get to the full ECI. We funded those couple of other items as far as the general fund goes. The water and sewer side, this was their funding request as well. Didn't quite get the full ECI. That's about the $9,000 difference on the sheet versus what they asked for, what they got. Drainage as well, besides the ECI and the merit, we're able to fund any of their requests. Drainage fund is very flat as far as their fund balance. Didn't show it on the slides. It's a relatively low dollar amount. And then, oh, sorry, I was trying to talk.
Sorry, sorry I was late, but I'm going to ask for you to explain ECI again. I wasn't here for the...
That's fine. Yeah, ECI is the, I think, Employer Cost Index. Basically, it's a CPI number that tracks just wages and salaries and benefits, specifically related to, they have a military, civilian, private, and one of the areas they do is state and local governments. So there's a wage and salary CPI number, basically, for just our local government. And theoretically, that's showing on average. Oh, got it, okay.
And it's produced by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, so the BLS, federal government.
Then what is COLA produced by? If it's not, COLA's produced by cost of living?
Yeah, so it's kind of the other direction.
It's
COLA
the
is,
same thing as a COLA.
It's effectively the same. A COLA, cost of living adjustment, is saying it costs more to live here, so we're going to raise the amount you make so that your standard of living is the same. The ECI looks more at what everyone's doing in that field. So if everyone went up 6%, then their ECI would be 6%, and you're just like, oh, we should go up. I'm saying 6% is a high number, but we should go up 4% because everyone else went up 4%.
All right.
It's kind of looking at it from the top down instead of the bottom up.
So
Okay.
it could be either higher or lower than the
All right. And it's, you said it's produced by who?
the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Bureau of Labor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, type BLS, ECI, and it'll pop up.
Yeah, there is a difference between the CPIU and the ECI because it's the cost to live versus the actual wage. We base it on the wage so we can stay competitive in the market.
Yeah. So if we didn't, the idea for the recommendation from the class and comp study is if you use this number, theoretically you're keeping pace with like groups in the state or in the nation. So like if all local governments are going up 6% and we go up 3%, the next time we do a class and comp study, we're going to be 20% behind again. But if we keep that, we should theoretically be comparable and competitive to other local governments and not have to do drastic changes.
I do appreciate the, it's just, since I'm still learning, if there's a, I guess sort of a syllabus or a definition for ECI, FTE, UTV, what other acronyms do you have?
Sure.
That may be useful for your budget presentations. It's just, it'll give me a little bit of background information about what the term means and the background behind it, maybe.
Of course.
Maybe. I might be the only one, but.
Yeah, in our draft budget book, we usually keep a glossary, and I'll double check to see if FTE is in there. Full-time equivalent, basically saying it's a full body. But yeah, I'll make sure that one's in there. And I'll add the ECI. I don't think that one's in there.
Thank you.
EMS. EMT. Like one of those like Sahara Desert. You shouldn't say Sahara Desert because you're saying desert. You shouldn't say EMS services because it's emergency or EMS, right? Because emergency medical services, emergency medical services. If you say EMS services. ATM machines, another one.
Yeah.
Automatic teller machine.
So I think it is worthy of
Cheese
note.
queso.
I think it is worthy of note on this one where you see the rankings and it stops at 6. those are the additional items that didn't get ranked, that it's just not even realistic for us to fund them at this point in time. But the total identified need is that 1.57 million. And you can see some of those items that I was alluding to before that would be things that we probably should add to our trucks or our service.
Looks big on my screen, but people at home probably can't see.
Were we asked a question?
Not yet.
No.
Everyone's sort of taking
I
this
felt
in,
like we were kind of being
viewing
like
it over.
asked to say something. I didn't know if we missed a question or something.
I guess this is a good point to,
Break for pizza.
I don't think it's quite
Oh,
here.
never mind.
Oh, it is here.
Stall for time.
We can take a break and reconvene and finish up with discussion if you would like. Does that sound good? I said, since the pizza's here, we can take a break and reconvene, and if you want to work through or take a break and eat and come back, we can do that. Is 15 minutes enough time, and we can come back at noon? Okay. Sure. All right.
All right, it's 12:05. Let's go ahead and reconvene and into our discussion. Mr. James?
Thank you, Mayor. Just told to move the mic a little closer. Talking a little bit low voice. Good for facilitating discussion. At this point, what staff is available for council, if they have questions over anything particular in the presentations that we saw here today, if there's a question on what came up and populated the budget numbers individually. And generally what we're hoping to get an impression from council is, come Tuesday, you don't have any thoughts or impressions on the tax rate or some of the expanded programs. We have plenty of time that we can make adjustments. But this is a good kind of forum for us to have a back and forth conversation or discussion, provide information when we're all together to help better direct us when we submit the final documents and when we come to you all in the coming weeks to get some of the items approved. So is there any questions over the budget tax rate? Is there any comments or voices of leaning one way or the other, which way we'd like to go?
Yeah, just to make sure I'm understanding the documents correctly. You know, it shows the first year cost, and then it shows the recurring cost. I guess I'm still a little bit lost on what, you know, where you're at and what's unfunded. What are you trying to get to? I mean, I'm a little bit lost on that side of it.
Yeah, especially on the cut list is what we had it out. The first year cost would be everything related to if we wanted to start that program next year, that's what it would cost us. Like I said, we hire a new person. That person may need a desk, computer, vehicle, so it'll all load into that year one. But after that, then it would just kind of be the salary until maybe it's time further down the road to replace a vehicle. But generally, we have planned for it and rolled it in. So that's the difference between the year one and ongoing costs.
So when I see that graphic there, so you're telling us that at this point we're at about 6.5 million total of unfunded costs, and we either try to get to that mark or I guess I'm still trying to understand what you're.
Let me clarify. So this is the entire list of expanded programs, and on that list, we've included everything as an expanded program, with the exception of those $600,000 in non-discretionary items that we put in for like the computer increases and then the TERS payment increase, et cetera. So this is everything that was requested as an expanded program. That's in the general fund, it's $6,418,000. So we were able to include in the budget as it's proposed right now, $1,342,000. So what makes up that $1,342,000? It's essentially the ECI, the merit and step, and the incentive pays. Okay, so that if you were to go down this list and the priority, those things were prioritized the highest, you would essentially stop after those items. Everything below that makes up that $5,075,000 in the general fund as unfunded. So the question that would be posed on the cut line scenario would be, the budget as is proposed addresses the $1,342,000. If you wanted to add some things, we would need to, say, increase the property tax rate in the general fund to do that. Or if you wanted to cut the property tax rate, we would have to reduce that $1,342,000 number.
There's also discussion if the ECI is something that council feels is too high, unattainable, or maybe instead of that salary adjustment, the CID computer replacement is a higher priority that you believe for council, then that could be a direction that we get to reduce that amount and add that in. Staff's recommendation was the salaries. That was the number one priority as far as the prioritization that staff and council went through. That's where it was put at. But this is the kind of discussion that we can go in and make some adjustments and updates.
So for clarity, the cut line is items 1, 2, and 3.
The items that you would be cutting
and
into?
also for
No, everything above that, everything. That's what I'm trying to say. Where is the cut line? 1 through
So
4?
if you were to go down the list, 1, 2,
And
well, there's
4.
2 twos, but if you go 5 lines down, essentially, everything below that, that would be the cut line, then everything below that is cut.
Yeah, that's what I was asking earlier. what
The
priority-
fire department continued personnel for hiring has been
I
pushed
see
out of
that
fiscal
now,
year
but I
based
didn't know
on
what-
the timing of the construction of the fire station. We're able to push those 6 into next fiscal year.
Okay.
And there's still a little bit of adjustment because the ECI listed on the cut line in front of you is not the full amount that was funded in the budget. So we did 4.4 in the budget, 4.4%. The amounts that's listed there is 4.8%, but the actual report that came out Wednesday was 5.1.
So we're going with a 4.4.
Staff's current recommendation is 4.4. If council feels that it should be higher or lower, that can be part of the discussion as well.
Let's ask council, what are their thoughts on the 4.4, 4.8, or 5.1? But if we
And-
go,
and
if
there
we go
are
any
other-
higher than 4.8, then the cut line, the tax rate might go up even higher than what it is now.
Say
Or
that
cut
again.
something else. We're gonna.
Well,
have-
yeah, I mean, the entire budget is out there
Yeah.
to be examined, not necessarily just the ECI.
And to fund what we've proposed, it goes up to the voter approved rate. So council can approve that. If we wanted to go higher than that, we could. We would push an election this November, which is entirely possible. We haven't done that historically yet, but that's something that could happen as well. Or it could be a direction from council, go back and cut X, Y, Z, or cut something and try to make room for something else.
So my question would be, and you can send it to us, but if we don't get more like street workers or fleet mechanics, how far does that put us behind in our timeline as to what you proposed us and showed us on the dashboard a month or so ago? Like, how far behind our goal does that put us if we do not prioritize things like that versus if, basically, how are we putting ourselves in the worst predicament if we do not do that right now? And how long can we wait before we should?
Well, the measurement that we had before is what we're able to do using current resources. But also, I'll remind you, we did receive another piece of equipment that should accelerate that, and we should become more effective and efficient in being able to do a lot of those baseline repairs. So we should see some gain from that. In terms of hiring personnel, yes, we still need to hire some personnel in the streets department to continue to improve. A lot of it has to do with funding because some of the larger things, they're actually contracted out. So we're doing baseline things with our staff, and then we're contracting out things. So it's a combination of those. So I wouldn't necessarily say that if you hire a street worker, it moves the needle significantly.
That we wouldn't still contract out those things?
Yeah, we
Got
would
it.
probably
We still
contract.
would.
And because there's reasons why, and maybe Larry would want to expound on this, but the equipment that they have might be specialized. It's not something we're going to go buy. And they can attack a job all at once and get it done in 2 days, whereas it might take us a month and we'd have to acquire the equipment. Is that accurate, Larry? Okay.
And then my last thing, I'm lying, it wouldn't be my last thing, I'll probably have something a little later. I guess I just want a little bit of understanding about our fire department cancer prevention. I mean, I think that's wonderful, but kind of just emphasize on that because I do want to keep our folks safe, and I think why are we avoiding prevention before? Why is this just now coming up? Or is it based on evaluation, or is it based on that we've had claims, or what's going on?
To speak to that one real quick, no, it's not a rise in claims, but it is a continuation on our process. For us in the field, it's a little bit, I I don't want to say new, but it's a little bit newer to us to worry about this. So it's no longer going home tomorrow, it's at the end of our career. So this is a continuation to help build the program and to make it better. And it's looking at things such as exhaust systems in our bays to remove some of the fumes and other items that we're dealing with on a daily basis.
Other questions, comments?
27? So as of right now, you're saying 1, 2, 2, and 4 are included in the budget?
Yes,
Yes,
that's correct.
that is correct.
Except on one, instead of 4.8, it's 4.4. So I do apologize about the confusion of these sheets. I'll try to make it a little bit more clear in what I send out. This, as Steve mentioned, these sheets are was submitted directly from the departments. And so that was the list that was prioritized by the executive team. And so when I went to put this together, I just left that as is. But the version that I can send, I can show which ones were included and highlighted or something to make it a little bit more clear.
All right. So I did have questions, Councilwoman Gibson, I did have a question about the cancer, but I'm sort of in that field, so I understand it, but it is important. But the number 27, outsourcing of traffic studies, and number 26, public affairs, text message communication. Seems like number 26, the public affairs, that's only 5,000. It's a 5,000 recurring cost, but can you tell me more about that program, the text message?
Linda? Wherever you want to come. Take the mic, or we're there, whatever.
Front and center.
Okay, so yes, the text messaging program would be a program that we would integrate into our communications, so our public affairs. So this would be mass communications that are not emergency related. We have a system, Civic Ready right now, where if it's an emergency, we can use that system, but we want to be able to text message about sort of promotional, everyday community things. But something that's new with one of the companies that we were looking at is two-way text messaging. And this is not automated two-way text messaging. This is an actual person texting you back. And what we were going to do is build this into the 311 program. They are a frontline facing customer service representative team, and they would have the ability through the system online to be able to respond back to folks and give them answers to any question they have. So if they're just driving around town and they want to know why this pothole is here, or they want to report the pothole, or they want to, say that their neighbor's grass is overgrown, or whatever it may be, they can text us instead of calling. And then 311 can take that text message and respond to them, get clarification, details of where it's at. And so it provides an additional customer service layer, in addition to us being able to mass communicate about parks programs or library programs or different things of that nature. So it's just that kind of program.
Well, it seems like 26 and 27. 26 deals with external communication, which is very important, as explained. In 27, almost every time we have a planning and zoning issue, they always bring up traffic. So I don't see why that's sort of low down on the priority list.
So if I will, Councilman, on the traffic one, so it's a separate issue from the development issues that you hear about. So typically when you get a zoning case, the developer does a traffic impact analysis if it meets certain threshold. Staff reviews those and can provide commentary on them with it. Now, it doesn't mean the residents are happy with the answer. What this was intended for is we often get calls from residents about existing problems in their neighborhoods, and those often run through TSAC. And that there's an issue or a concern. The study is either or a few things. One, it's either a more complicated issue that we feel like we want to bring somebody who specializes in these kind of studies in to look at. It could be it's just the staff capacity issue that we're shorthanded and don't have time to get to it. The other is we struggle in some circumstances with the count data, and we'd have somebody else kind of come in with it as well. And so the idea was to have money to contract these out for. So for example, we are contracting out now in process of looking at the Buffalo, Pecan, Schertz Parkway intersection with regard to the crosswalk, the student traffic coming out Pecan. It's a little more complicated, and we want an outside set of eyes to look at it. So it would be extra money to help pay for that study. I think just to give you the logic of why it was further down, because there is value in that, partly it's competing against some of the other items that, is priority. Part of it, as you know, is we have struggled to fill a couple of the vacancies in our engineering department. We have been making an effort to do that in terms of getting out to conferences with our staff to promote our city, hiring outside firm to help kind of promote the positions that we have, doing things like that. I think we had an EIT just accept an offer. Yes, we had an engineer not accept an offer, so we were down to ultimately, hopefully, one vacancy. But I think two vacancies, sorry. But the idea is that if we can push on filling those, which we need to, there's not that the need goes away for the outside money, but there's less need for the outside money. And it's as we talked about before, when we solve this kind of issue, let's see where we stand, because funds are limited and funds are tight. That was the logic of why it got pushed to where it is. And so how we would deal with it, hopefully, is keep pushing really hard to fill our vacancies, and then we can diminish the amount that we would likely need. We still have some need for specialized studies, but let's come back at it next year.
Thank you for the clarification. That helps.
The bottom line is, all we're able to fund this year is personnel.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
And in going into this past year, or the current fiscal year, we knew that would happen, right? We anticipate there is some growth in revenues that we did not experience that we anticipated. We didn't anticipate that we budgeted for $1.5 million for the 100% disabled veterans, reimbursement from the state. We only got 800,000. So it's really, there's no way we could go and project $1.5 million again. It's likely going to be 800,000 or somewhere in that neighborhood. So that moved us backwards. Sales tax also flattening on us. We do expect it to go back up as things change and as the economy improves. Plus we have Schertz Station coming online, but that's really not going to be realized until the middle of next fiscal year. So I don't know that it's really prudent to count on that number until the next fiscal year. So
No,
that's
I understand that part.
I mean, so that we knew it was going to be tight, and we expected a little bit of growth to be able to fit a little bit more in. But I would also remind the council, in addition to this 6.4 million, we did already add $600,000 in other items that are not personnel related. So those are in here, they're just not on this list, and they're not in that 6.4 number. So it's not that we didn't add anything, we've already added 600,000 to the general fund.
And again, these are additional programs outside of what we already have going.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Changes to, additions to, et cetera.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. And I just want to make that clear, because we're not cutting anything. It's just that we are not adding anything.
Yeah, and
per se.
when we say cut line, it's like really a better term would be below the line.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's
No, I
below
understand
the
the prioritization and whatnot, and that's kind of
Yes,
what
sir.
I was asking earlier today, because I didn't realize what we had funded. That wasn't clear on this to me.
Yes, sir.
All right, so, again, you can never pay your people enough, I know that, and those programs like that have got to stay at the top of the priorities. But, yeah, we're just going to be tight for a while until, like you say, the more roofs on the ground, more dollars being spent. And as long as everybody else can continue to do what we're doing, at the levels that we're doing it, and we're not going to reduce any of our customer service or any of our programs, that's just the reality this year. I get it.
And I would remind, and here is my argument for the ECI, and I will make that argument, and maintaining the STEP and the merit program. We are a service-based industry. Everything we do 73% of our budget, operating budget, goes towards salaries because we provide service in every single department, whether it's internal or external to the customers. So in terms of running a corporation, we have to maintain a competitive edge. And as we saw this last year, we had been not funding COLA, ECI or COLA increases, and we got to the point where we needed to do a salary survey and classification compensation study, and we had to jump up like this. So if we do that again on that same trajectory, we're going to find ourselves 3 years down the road, and we're going to have to make another adjustment, or simply not get there and be behind consistently. Or we can steepen that curve a little bit, so when we get to that point, we're either on mark or maybe slightly below mark. That would be my goal, is that we don't fall behind and we maintain that competitive edge. And I think we're seeing the fruits of what we've done so far in the lower turnover rate, the lower vacancy rate, the improved employee satisfaction survey. And really, I think our reputation as an employer and as an organization is improving, and we're gaining ground in that regard too. So
I think I'd like to try to summarize the city's position and whatever our expectations were on it real quick. I'll even go back to last year, where we were at 2 years ago. So in the last fiscal year budget, we actually added, it was a big personnel heavy year. We added a bunch of people.
30 positions.
I mean, we had all these positions. This last year when we were working on the budget we're in right now, we said, okay, we kind of addressed how many people we have. We need to address salaries because we were having trouble filling all the positions that we got added. We were creating that budget. We knew that this year coming up was going to be tight. We knew that with the salary increases, that's a big annual reoccurring cost. We knew this was going to be an adjustment year. We hoped to get the firefighters in mid-year. Didn't quite stretch it out. We did have some losses in revenue that prevented us from doing that, and as well as the ECI coming in a little bit higher than what we probably had expected as well, which is why the recommendation was to go up a little bit on the tax rate to kind of to grab those things on the areas that we lost. But we've known for a little bit now that this was kind of be a little turn year. We'd like to add people. We did add a lot of people a couple years ago. And then going forward, we'll have some sales tax should bounce back with the development we're coming in. We've got another legislative session coming up. Hopefully they do some of the DVHS exemption funding. And so we, again, in the 5-year forecast, we start to come out of this a brief pause and turn year, and we should be able to add some more funding and expanded programs going forward. I think that I just wanted to kind of reiterate that this was kind of an always, there's some unknowns that pop up in this year that can make it kind of unique, and why the recommendation was the 4990. But this was always kind of a year when we adjust with our new level of salaries and let that kind of catch up on our annual operating budget.
Questions on number 11 and 30. Are those, how come those aren't included in the CIP instead of being listed in here in the general fund?
Primarily because of the dollar amount. They're smaller, $80,000, and the public works street, that's just basically materials for maintenance type items. So you wouldn't put that in the CIP?
I think the other thing, and this goes to Councilman Davis's question the other night at council, which is sort of a good point and kind of helps maybe give some insight in how we rank things. Yeah, we need more money for sidewalk repair, but if I can't answer that question, right, and I've got other priorities, I need to get that answer to Councilman Davis's question about what's that list, what's the priority, to really justify that dollar figure on sidewalks moving up this year when things are tight. I mean, that's just from my perspective how we rank order. It's hard to say, take this money away from something else when I don't have that plan yet to rank it.
So I guess, I mean, like sidewalk repairs, that's not something that they already have in their list of items
They
that need to be
do.
done?
So they have money for sidewalk repair. They need more. We know we need more, but again, need a solid plan for more. Yeah, they could spend it. They could use it and they could do it. It's just how you want to prioritize that. Not saying, that was just how staff looked at it. And then the other, yeah, was just a lower dollar value wouldn't be a CIP.
I mean, like on the pedestrian crosswalks, I would think that they've been identified because there's a safety concern there. And I hate to see something like that get pushed off because we want to, not put it high on the priority list.
Well, we haven't had them yet, so, yeah. Again, that's a new item. Yeah. We haven't had any pedestrian sidewalks on Savannah yet, so, and it's been there for 30 years.
Sidewalk, 30? 30. Sidewalk concrete repairs. That's not the filling in the gaps, is it? But that was, we have. Okay, yeah. To backtrack a little bit, in terms of what Councilman Davis mentioned before, I think we need to take more of a comprehensive look at the entire city and find those gaps and yeah, there are plenty of them, and do a CIP project to address all of it. And that may cost in the neighborhood of a couple of $1 million. So that's the difference. This is more like yesterday I was driving through Woodland Oaks and our public works crew was out there doing a section of concrete repair on a sidewalk. That's more what this is for. But what was alluded to by Councilman Davis is we've got long, stretches of gaps that are probably that lot may never develop, so that person's not gonna build it. And going through the whole city and identifying those gaps or neighborhoods that don't have it and doing a CIP project to address that. So that would be on the CIP. This is more for day-to-day repairs. Other questions, comments? We are looking for direction from.
No, I would just like to say I do appreciate all the thoroughness that y'all presented, all the information, so I do appreciate the effort.
Thank you.
So the main question is 49.9 is this what council wants to bring to on Tuesdays?
Yeah,
We set the tax rate.
I think that's probably the best answer.
Yes.
As you know, you never want to go up, but at the same time, it's a minor up.
I would support that too.
I disagree. I think I am not in favor of bringing an increase in it. I think the optics of it are really poor regardless of what the actual amount is. Just as employees care about the $15 incentive, homeowners, the residents care about seeing an increase in their tax rate.
If we were to maintain the same tax rate that we have right now, what would be cut? Because we need a 5-2 vote when it comes down to the tax. And whatever we set on Tuesday, we cannot go higher, as you indicated earlier. So what would it take, what program here or what ECI will keep us at the same level of tax that we have now?
Each percentage is $150,000?
Well, yeah, 150,000 for operational cut.
So, yeah, so
So about 500,000, we need to cut about 3% out of our operating budget. We could do that. We could lower, or by that amount.
So it's about $700,000 to go back to 4872.
Probably about $500,000 to go back.
So $500,000, and it's about for each percentage of the ECI.
Oh,
100,000
is 4.8 divided by 300,000.
300,000 for each percentage. So we need to cut it back to 2.4.
Can we look again at the merit then?
Can we remove the merit?
I'm sorry?
Reevaluate the merit?
What is the plan for the merit program? Because you stopped it going last year. What is the
Could you
What is the
turn
plan going forward for the merit?
So the merit program is 2 to 4% based on how your performance evaluation turns out.
And historically in the city, like what, 90% of the people get a merit?
I wasn't here last time we did a merit, so I'll defer.
Yeah,
to
so anyone that
HR.
was
It's my understanding historically in the past, you used to do a 2 or a 4, but at the end of the day, virtually, unless they were a new hire or something like that, virtually everybody in the city got a merit.
Yep, everyone got a merit.
A merit of
minimum
some
2%.
kind.
When we had the 2 and 4, that was back when we were on the STEP program with the normal that we had before. So each step was 2%. So in 1 year, the high-end workers could go up 2 steps and get 4%. As long as they were meeting expectations, everyone was pretty much guaranteed a 2%. If there were folks that were underperforming, they wouldn't get one, and there'd be a handful of those every year, and then they'd be evaluated to go on performance improvement plans or other aid before they could possibly be asked to transition to a new position elsewhere. Then we went to an open band. So we kind of kept the same dollar amounts as far as average how we would budget. Theoretically, if everyone in the city got one, it'd be between about 2-ish%. Of course, there's some that are new hires, they don't count. They're not eligible for it because they're still on probation, haven't been with us long enough. And ultimately that would increase the amount. So some people could get, the very top performers could get up to a 4%. When we went to the open band, it didn't quite, I'm trying to think if there's anyone that really got a 4, maybe upwards of 3.5, 3, and then down to about 2 was the minimum for those folks.
Well, also, didn't we give a finite amount of money to each department? So it wasn't possible for everybody to get a 4%. So it'd gravitate to the middle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, dollars were allocated to the department, and ultimately it was up to the department head to discern how those were going to be assigned based on the performance of the employees. I agree. I think with that, it definitely provided more flexibility than we previously had. But I think it did, as James mentioned, decrease the number of people who were actually getting to a 4%.
You know, we eliminate the merit and just, it would, because the ECI, we can lower it just a bit by eliminating the complete merit program in there and providing the same equal amount to all the staff. We can hit with a 4.1 and remove the 2% on the merit. I don't think we should touch the step, because the step to me is like a, you made your mark, you have years in service or whatever it is. The step is different than the merit. I think the merit basically is very objective based on who's your supervisor and who you are.
Well, what I would say to that, Mayor, is that as the leader of this organization, I don't advocate only giving a step to public safety and then ignoring the rest of the organization and not giving them a merit, which is effectively what would happen. I think that the people who are not public safety also did their job and gained one more year of service. So I would advocate that if you're going to cut anything, you cut the ECI and spread it across equally and not touch the STEP or the merit program.
To be clear, the STEP program is just for the public safety, and the
Okay.
merit program is for all non-public safety. So
For
they
the
wouldn't get
first
both or
responders.
any of
You would actually
Okay.
have some people in the same department getting a STEP, and then the equivalent is the merit, and then
On the
those
other side.
dispatchers they get a merit, they don't get a STEP. So you'd have people in the same department being treated differently.
I thought it was a combination.
No, sir, it's not. Non-police officers, sworn officers, and EMS folks they get a merit, and then the sworn officers and the EMS folks, well, the EMTs, paramedics, lieutenants, et cetera, they're not sworn, that's what I'm saying. They get a step.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarification.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to be clear. We're we're agreeing and disagreeing upon this tax rate. If we don't increase it and we don't go with this ECI, I cannot imagine how much of a staff decrease we're gonna have. Like, our level of employment rate is gonna be ridiculous. We've already been through that, right? We've already been through what was our highest loss rate?
Last
Well-
year, we were running, vacancy rate in the neighborhood of 16%.
Yeah, I mean,
We're down to about 12. Turnover
It could be
rate.
worse than our latest worst one 2-3 years ago, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
It could be.
we were up there 21%. And again, we're down to about
Right.
12, a little more than 12 now. There were a couple years, probably about 4 to 5 years ago, when, like I said, it was really up there. And then we've seen a decrease over the last couple of years and to where we are now. Like I said, so it was 16 last year. The year before that, it was, I think, about 18. And then it was, and I'm happy to send out this historical data, but it was right around 2021 before
Right,
that.
so to my point, it's been ridiculously high. So we're talking about a penny, and I respectfully understand those who do not have the exemption and those that don't have, these opportunities to have a cheaper rate. But in order for us to maintain what we really are saying, we want to maintain quality employees, we want to keep a good level of staff and make sure that we can never do all the other things that are on our list if they were funded. We can't do that if we take away what everybody, at least needs to live. I mean, people have to live.
But let me push back on that a little bit.
Go ahead.
Because you're looking at it as they're not near or at market rate right now, as it is. So you're looking at maybe instead of a 4.8% or whatever it is, it might be 4.2%. Is someone going to leave a job for 0.6% cost of living increase?
It'd be
I don't think so.
2.4%.
What's that?
It'd be 2.4%. And just to
Wait,
clarify,
I'm not talking about like completely getting rid of it.
well, in order to make up that penny difference, we would have to cut 600,000 or so.
Should be about half the program, so.
Which
instead
is
of
about half the ECI, so it'd go from 4.4 down to 2.4.
Or 2.2.
And let me clarify, I don't think that the impact would be immediate. It's kind of an ongoing trajectory, not to, it does send a negative message through the organization. However, I think our employees are grateful for 2.4%. I don't want to sound like they're ungrateful. But in the long run, it adds up and it puts us behind the market. That's why I'd advocate there. There are other levers that we could pull. We could go back to the base budgets, the non-salary related budgets, and cut 1 to 2% there and make up some of that difference there. I would just also, one more thing, and I know it's a function of perception. The difference between the current rate and the increase with the 1 penny increase is roughly $40 a year. So it's the delta between the $22.98 and the $63.47, just to put things in perspective.
Because even the existing tax rate is a tax increase.
It is an increase in itself.
So
It is because of the property values, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
and that 23 cents of that $63 is baked into the property
Yeah,
value
and,
change.
and that's what I said at the beginning, is that it's not because, the tax amount, it's looking at it as, well, this is going up, this is going up, this is going up, but then the city, if I'm looking at it from the outside, I'm like, well, where are they taking some of that burden as well, the city itself? And to me, it would look like the city's not taking a burden. Obviously, they're not seeing the things that aren't going to be funded, the things that people want. But, I mean, separate from that, I was going to ask, I mean, are we exhausting all avenues of revenue that is out there? I mean, there are other ways to make up that difference instead of having to make that cut? And instead of increasing the tax rate, I mean, can we not find ways to come up with another $700,000 in areas where we're being shorted or there's opportunities?
Eric, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say, I think part of it is because we are having all of the money from disabled veterans, which I think they need their program. That's affecting our budget on the grand scheme of things. And then the ECI, what that does is, like this last time, we gave this big, huge raise to everyone. So when we do ECI, it keeps us from having to go, we don't give it to them now to stay with market rate, and then we just kind of cut it, so then we end up being behind, and so 5 years from now, we got to increase the rate so that we can give them market rate, because we end up being below all the cities that are around us, and we start losing employees. So I think ECI keeps us from going backwards on pay. It keeps us at level so that we're not going backwards. And I think we need to also look at that, because we're not going backwards, and then 5 years from now, we don't see this 499, we got to see 53, because now we've got to make up that difference for not keeping up with market. And then the second is the number that we're not going to get from property tax because of the disabled veterans. That affects our budget wholeheartedly, and the state doesn't pay enough to keep us to even make it good. So then that affects our budget on a lot, and then there are other cities that don't. And I know cities around us that are trying to take higher than what we are because it's affecting their budget. And so we have to also look at that there's a lot of people that's not going to be paying this rate. I concur that there are people that will end up paying more, but I think we have to look at, and I was during a time when, during COVID, we lost within a whole 18-month span, we lost 164 employees. And that was a lot, and then we can't even hire some of the ones we need. We're already behind on 2 engineers and a lot of other people that we can't hire with even what we're paying now. So I think we need to think about that as we're thinking this rate.
And sadly, to your other question, for the general fund, the biggest lever we have is the tax rate to raise, or as far as more revenue for the city. Between this tax rate, from the sales tax and the property taxes and franchise fees, which are all based on homes, we're looking at about 75% of our budget's funding. The rest of it is permit fees, which we could adjust those, but then if we start going too high, then development slows down, and then we end up losing some money, and we can't force people to build. So that's another one that's kind of out of our control as well. Sales tax is really out of our control. We'd like to do it, but that's $13–14 million annually that are kind of at the mercy of the economy and what businesses decide to come here. We could raise rates on rentals of the Civic Center or other stuff like that, but to make up that difference, it'd just be a whole lot more than what would be feasible to even rent out. I'm trying to think if there's any other type fee or revenue that we could increase to kind of offset. At the same time, if it's local folks still using it, then it's the same people that we paying the taxes that we paying for those other fees. We know that's had a discussion on council before. If it's all coming from the same source, sort of deal, and just kind of divvying it up, as taxes kind of divvy up between everybody, fees deliver up to people that individually use those particular services. So it's a complicated question, and that's why the tax rate is really the biggest conversation point that we have each year on the general fund.
Part of the answer
Just to clarify, our current tax rate is 48.72. The proposal is 49.9. Is there somewhere in the middle that this council would consider? Maybe a 49.2 or 49.25. There's options in between those two numbers. But if we go with the 48.72, we're looking at an ECI of 2.4, right? If we go with a 3% ECI, we're somewhere in the middle. If that's acceptable to council, that's something we should consider also.
That's true. We're very flexible on that. We can calculate new tax rates.
Like you say, we already have a property value increase. Average tax increase can go at $22.98. So that's a solid. The difference there is, what, $42 or something, which comes out to about $3.37 a month. More at the 499 rate. So that's, again, I know there's an optic there, all right, that we're raising rates, but at the same time, it is truly minor, for most people.
So when you have a situation where, like, for your permits, you budgeted X amount, and then it comes in well over $1 million over what you budgeted, what happens to that surplus of money for that? So like, why couldn't that money, be able to cover shortfalls like
In
this?
this case, it offset not achieving the full reimbursement from the state that we had budgeted of 1.5 million, and we only received 800,000. It offsets things like that. And the sales tax, we had budgeted a growth number that we are meeting, or we're slightly below meeting. Well, we're not quite meeting our sales tax number for the year, so it fills those gaps.
Generally, it would go back into the fund balance. We would use that to either.
If it was extra.
If it was extra, and let's say we met our targets for both of those areas, we come in higher on our revenues, it would go into our fund balance. We would pull it out and put it towards a street project or infrastructure project. Again, I mentioned like the permit fees are generally one time in nature. At some point, they're going to drop off when we run out of buildable land. And then trying to anticipate how fast they build is really dependent on the market for houses. If there's a big market, prices go up, all of a sudden developers are biting at the chomp to get a house on the ground and push through. And right now, if home prices are dropping because it's hard to sell and people are leaving on the lots, then it'll be down. It's one of those.
I think there's another option. 2 years ago, we came out with the 421 plan. How many senior staff did we lose in the past year, 2 years? If we put the 4.4% to based on the wages that they earn, 75,000 and below, and give anybody a 75,000 and above a smaller amount, can we make that work? And because I think, the people that are hurting, it's down on that 75 and below compensation, and not the upper management. I think upper management can live on $100,000 a year. It's the lower ones that we have to be concerned with, the ones that are making 38, 40,000. And we can make that number work and split the difference and make sure that our senior staff realize this, how important the lower staff and their contributions and the sacrifices our senior staff is making for them. I think it will go a long way too. Can we make that work?
It could save maybe $100,000 annually, which would translate to about a quarter of a penny on the tax rate, something around those lines. If I'm remembering correctly from the last time we did it, it was cheaper than an overall merit program, but we're talking from a little over 200,000 down to about 100,000, 150,000. So whatever that delta is could be put back towards lowering the tax rate. And again, 1 penny is 500,000. So that's the kind of math we would
I would say,
look at.
Mayor, though, that we do use the market study as a guide to go by, and the market study did show that even at the executive level and the mid-level management level that we're behind.
I understand that, but we all have to make sacrifices too. And I think the lower staff pay staff is just going to be hurting more in this economy than our upper management.
So under the scenario you just painted, sergeant and above, lieutenant and above in EMS would get a lower adjustment than, say, officer and everybody else. Right? And even some police officers and firefighters are above that 75,000 level, so they wouldn't get the higher increase. So just bear that in mind.
Well, I understand when we did it, it was the right thing to do at the time. I think now at some point, when do you tell your upper management, thank you, you've been working hard as well, we appreciate you, but you don't get anything? I mean, I don't think that's a good message to send, and I don't think it messes with morale. We just did a survey where you want to do, and you want to have a place where people feel appreciated. So basically, you're just telling your senior staff, yeah, glad you're doing this, but we don't really appreciate you because we can't give you any money. And I think, I understand, and I have that burden of raising taxes, but I don't think we're raising it just for the sake of raising the tax rate. And I think when people see what we're trying to do and where we came from and where we're trying to go, because believe it or not, when morale is low, customer service, and we're in the customer service business, and then customer service starts waning, then the residents are going to be mad because they can't get the things that they want done. We already have some issues with some things. And when you're not being able to do the things that you need to do because you're having people leave, then customer service, as we're in that business, suffers. And then the residents are going, well, why we're having constant phone calls of people not getting things done. And why can't this get done? And why can't that get done? Well, we don't have the staff because they went down the road because we wouldn't pay them. So then what are we doing? We're going backwards. And we have to think, we have to finish skiing the slope on everything that we do. We have to ski the slope. Is it tough on people because we're raising, what did he say, $3.48 extra a month? When I look at my grocery bill, something I paid for 2 months ago, it's now doubled in price. I get it. We're all having that issue because of the economy. But I think we need to make sure that we're recognizing all of our staff, not just the lower, because last time it was something that needed to be done because they were not paid at that level that they needed to be. So I think we don't send this message, because that's a wrong message to send as well with this 4-2 plan at the moment.
It's basically providing all options. Everything has to be on the table so that we can come out with a rate that this council approves. All options have to be considered. Whether or not we decide to go with, not providing an ECI for anyone above a certain rate, that's why I say there are options. What is going to be the tax rate this council is going to approve? And I think we have to look at everything here so that we can come to an agreeable amount. So what is it? Is it going to be 48.72, somewhere in the middle, or we're going with a proposal? That's what we need to look at.
So there is, from your perspective, your only answer to it is to increase the tax rate. There's no other alternatives that aren't being exhausted.
There are other alternatives, like I stated before. We could cut some of those, we could cut into the base budget. Those are non-personnel items and non-capital items. We could cut into that. It's each percentage that we reduce that amount of the part of the budget generates $150,000. So before we looked at, say, a 3% cut there, and that would generate $450,000. Now that erodes into what people use to do their job, but we're mostly service-based, so it's the actual personnel costs that really mean the most in terms of how we deliver service. The other option would be streets and parks. There's some capital type items that are in the general fund that we could reduce those as well. To make it, those are other options. In terms of raising revenue, we could look at the permits. Is really the one area that we could look at is development-based permits, increasing those, but you heard the explanation of that as well. And to answer your question too, I did beat James over the head, squeezing every penny we could out of the current year projection and next year's projection.
I mean, if I was, my first preference would be to try to find an alternative way to do it without having to take away from the ECI. But I think sometimes that it's being told in a way that, employees are going to be getting almost like a cut in wage. No, they're not. I mean, you're still, even if you were to drop it in half, then you'd still be eligible for a 2% merit increase, so you could still get a 4.5% increase in your pay in 1 year. 99% of Americans would be highly appreciative of that. So I think we're kind of looking at it as, well, we're going to be losing employees because they don't get an 8% increase in their pay. I think that's unrealistic. But my first preference would be for us to try to find a way to do it, possibly cutting from other areas. I mean, I understand the concept of, it's only $40 a year. I get it. I just don't think going back to the people right now and saying, hey, we want to increase your property taxes because we want to give employees an 8% increase doesn't go over very well.
I agree with Paul, and I'm going to go on the record now. I'll only support a 48.72 as the max.
Well, what we can do is go with the 49.9 and have staff go and work on it. Again, we can't go higher than 49.9 if you sit at that price.
And to clarify, you mean the maximum rate?
The max,
Well, we
yes.
set that next week, not necessarily what you're
We
adopting.
set it next week at 49.9,
maximum possible.
and staff can work on it and bring it down to 48.72, so they can be approved by council on the first reading. Would that be agreeable? We're going to set the maximum rate at 49.9, and staff will work on it to try to bring it down to 48.72.
So the direction from the council is to reduce go back, keep it at the current year's tax rate. Is that the overall direction I'm hearing?
That is the target, and the...
Well, I mean, with all due respect, Mayor, I mean, is that the general consensus?
I'm at 49.
Ma'am?
I'm at 49, so I'm fine with that.
Well, I'm higher than 48.72. I just don't see how you can cut. Sooner or later, you're going to have to raise taxes. If you're not willing to raise taxes for the people who serve this community, what are you going to raise taxes for?
I don't think you can just make the statement that you need to raise taxes. I think what the city needs to do, and what we need to do as elected representatives of our residents, is we need to engage our elected officials at the state level and say, you all need to fix this veterans homestead exemption. We're losing $4.8 million. And if we had any kind of support from the state, we wouldn't be having this discussion at all. Well, our discussion would probably be like, let's lower it down to 45 or 44.
I agree with you, but that's not happening before this budget is approved.
Well, yeah, but you know, if the state's not going to do it, then I'm not going to sit here and just say, well, the state's not acting properly, we'll just pass the buck on to our residents. I'm not going down that path.
Any other comments, council?
I have to agree with Robert Westbrook.
And that is, I'm sorry, to clarify?
My clarify is I'm looking at 49.9, because if we have, what I know the ECI is to keep us on track. And I remember last year we had to give this huge increase to everybody because we weren't giving ECI and staying on track with market. Whether we raise it now or 5 years from now, it's going to have to happen. And if we're doing it now, we're keeping on pace with where we need to be so that we're not constantly being behind the curve. Schertz has been behind the curve for so many years that now that we're where we need to be, we need to stay there. And I think talking to the residents and saying, hey, here's why we're doing this. And not that I'm always an advocate for raising taxes, because I don't like paying taxes. I always protest my property tax. Well, I didn't do it this year because some things happened. But every year I protest my property tax so that I can get the lower rate. And my thought process is, I want to make sure that we're not going to have to continue to keep doing this every year, year after year. And knowing that the state hasn't done anything yet, and I get that, Councilmember Davis saying he doesn't want to pass it on to his residents. So the other thing is saying, okay, state, we get what you're doing, but you're not paying us enough, then get rid of it completely. That's not my plan either. And I know we have a plan. We have the policy summit coming up to try to get it on legislation for the coming up in 2025. So then if it gets on there and the state makes a change, then we're good. But until they do that, we're losing money. I mean, let's just call it what it is. We're affected by it. And when you see other places having to do things to make sure that we maintain the quality of repairs and things that we need, we have to do what we need to do. So I pay the same taxes that everybody else pays. So I'm increasing that tax rate for me. So I look at that as well. I have to pay it just like everybody else. And for me, for staff, I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing for us to keep on track and on pace with where we are, so we're not trying to increase it a lot higher 5 years from now.
Councilmember Brown, comment?
Yeah, we shouldn't have lowered it 3 years ago, but that's another story. I was against it at that point, if you remember correctly. But I also know that, just like Allison said there before, for many years, Schertz pay scale was lagging behind everybody, and we're finally at that point of getting to be competitive in the market. and 8% vacancy is pretty darn good compared to the last few years. Again, being a service-based organization, that's what we do, is we serve the citizens of the city with our employees. And they expect a little bit higher level of service because of the reputation that Schertz has, and has always had. So, I'm torn. Again, I don't like the optics of raising anything, and I wish that, my guidance to you is definitely go back and take a look, but at the same time, I'm not against doing that penny raise either. So,
Councilmember Gibson?
Thought I made it clear earlier, I'm for the proposed rate.
Mayor, can we, let's just say there's a general consensus for the 499, but could you also sort of look into what Councilman Macaluso is saying and sort of seeing where you can find some cost savings so that maybe we don't have to increase it to the 499?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can go back and kind of line out. We've discussed those options internally, and we can bring those back and line them out for you and leave it out there as a decision. I mean, there's a multiple ways that we could approach this.
And the final tax rate decision is currently scheduled for September 3rd. If the council as a whole sets a preliminary rate of 49.9 on Tuesday, that rate can come down to any number before September 3rd. So that September 3rd date that's when it's actually set. We have all that time to adjust. If council decides that, yeah, maybe 49.9 sounds good now, we think about it for a couple of weeks, talk to the constituents, and then, oh, no, it doesn't sound so good, that always can come down. It can't go up, as I mentioned before, but it could come down from that.
So it seems like we have a consensus for this Tuesday to go to 49.9, and staff will be working to see how much they can bring it down from that amount. Once again, the final rate needs 5-2 approval. We'll see what September brings when we have to make that first public hearing. I think it's agreeable.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we have adequate direction. Yes, sir.
Thank you in advance to the staff thank you in advance.
And I do want to give kudos to James and his team, of course, for leading the effort to put this budget together. It was a big effort. I asked a lot of them in terms of putting together a brand new capital improvement program, as well as tweaking the way we do our budget process and prioritization process. But there are a lot of others that did a lot of really great work, like public affairs, graphically putting together really appealing looking documents, and all the departments in their contribution as part of the process. So it is a very involved 6 to 8 month long process. We start in like February and finish up in September. It is a big effort, and it's one of the biggest things that we do as an organization. So I want to give public kudos to all the staff for doing such an excellent job. So, and thank y'all for your dialogue and for your input to give us direction and leadership. That's appreciated as well. And I think we got good direction. We'll bring it back to the council for your approval. You are the policy makers, and adopting the budget is one of the biggest things you do as a body. So
I love questions over in finance. So all the questions over that we heard earlier today, it was really great, and happy to answer anything. We can go dive down into the 5-year modeling process, assumptions, or individual lines or requests, and just put that out there and let me know if you have any questions, and be happy to help you and point you in the right direction or get you some more information.
All right. Any other comments, council? No. Thank you all so much. I know it's a lot of work, and there's still some work to be done. I appreciate it. The time is now 1:10. We stand adjourned.
all right. Thank you.